Hello, mic testing. Sir, me the off chair, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello, Swati. Yeah, we'll. Hello, and hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Hello
ma'am.
and welcome to all the participants and the esteemed dignitaries on the day 2 of the first international virtual conference on newer perspectives on LSRW practices. I welcome all the participants and the in-house hosts on behalf of the Gokaraju Rangaraju Institute of Engineering and Technology, day 2 of the international conference. So I would like to take the proceedings of the day 2 forward by welcoming today's speaker, Professor Natalia Knobloch, to be speaking on the topic for Saginaw Valley State University, which states preparing a research article for publication in an academic journal. Ma'am, I take all the privilege in welcoming you, and having got the privilege to read your profile, kindly allow me to do that. Professor Natalia Knobloch has completed her PhD in linguistics from the Tambov State University, Russia, and has completed her graduate program in English lexicology from the Moscow State Linguistic University, Russia. She has completed her master's in English as a foreign language and her Bachelor of Arts in Secondary Education with teaching majors in English as a foreign language and German Tambov State Pedagogical Institute, Russia. Her research interests include ESL and second language acquisition, ESL pedagogy, sheltered instruction effectiveness, and NNES accommodation. Discourse analysis, corpus-assisted discourse studies, communicative strategies in discourse, verbal aggression in computer-mediated communication, cognitive linguistics, knowledge presentation, conceptual metaphor, frame semantics, and frame shifting, social linguistics, dialects, and political identity. Professor Natalia Knobloch has been an associate professor with the Saginaw Valley State University and has been taking up Introduction to Language Study, Language in Society, Language in Education, History of the English Language, Grammar of Contemporary English, TESOL, Teaching English as Second or Foreign Language, Second Language Acquisition, Introductory Composition, and Literature courses. She has been the assistant professor in Saginaw Valley State University with composition courses, introductory literature courses, and introduction to language study. Also has been intermittent lecturer at the University of Michigan, language and pedagogy for graduate student instructors. And she's been in oral communication for business professionals, college writing for international students. Ma'am has also been the instructor for the Department of English, Saginaw Valley State University, freshman composition and developmental reading courses. Ma'am, I take privilege in inviting you to take over the proceedings for the day 2 of the international conference to let us know more about on preparing a research article for publication in an academic journal. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction.
Welcome.
It is a pleasure to be here. So can I share my screen now?
Sure, ma'am.
I should be able to. All right. So I am going to share what my personal experience has been with teaching academic writing and with publishing my own research in academic journals. So in a second, I'll try to share my screen here. So there we go. Okay. All right. From beginning. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am. I can see.
All right, great. Thank you. So first, a very short word about myself. And I work at Saginaw Valley State University. We have a nice little campus in Michigan. It's the northern part of the United States, close to the Great Lakes, basically the border with Canada. And I'm also an editor of an international journal, a linguistic journal. It's a Journal of Language and Discrimination. The publisher is Equinox, and I think, yeah, this is our logo. You're welcome to check out the journal. And so I have the experience of both publishing. So I have been in your shoes. If you want to publish your research, I know what it's like. You prepare your paper, You look for a journal, you send it somewhere, you get information, feedback and things like that. At the same time, I'm also an editor. So I'm this person who makes a decision to accept you for review, to accept the paper for publication, and so on. So I'm looking at this process from two sides. In addition to those two sides, I'm also a teacher of academic writing at my university. So I prepare people. Well, my students are usually undergraduates, but I also have worked with graduate students. So I prepare people to submit papers, possibly to academic journals for publication. So I wanted to show that, I have a list of publications, not so much to brag as to show that I have gone through the same process that you are going through when you submit your research for publication to different journals. So I have published on linguistics, applied linguistics, political linguistics usually, and also on English pedagogy. Okay, so we published some studies that were conducted at our university. So I believe the conference organizers were going to invite participants to submit questions in advance. So I hope to hear your questions at the end of the presentation when we have some time for question and answer. And if you really, really need to ask a question, you can put it in the chat window right now, and I will try to answer your questions. So I hope to have an interaction where you can freely ask whatever interests you, and I will try, I'll do my best to respond to your questions. So what I'm planning to cover today is choosing the appropriate journal, organizing your article, formatting your article, the submission process, the communication with the editors, and keeping your expectations realistic. During our preliminary meetings, there was a question about recommending journals for your publication, but I'm not sure somebody can really give you an exhaustive list of journals to submit to, because everybody's field is different. And I'm a little more familiar with journals on political and socially informed linguistics and on TESOL research, but I'm really not familiar with engineering journals. So if you have questions about it, I can talk about ways to search for appropriate journals, but I think I will try to give you whatever information I have, but I'm not sure I can give you all the information you need. So let's go with this. The first step is choosing the appropriate journal. And I believe a lot of people disregard this step, or they don't take it seriously enough. I would like to draw everybody's attention to this step in preparation for publication, because it is super important. Unfortunately, too many people believe that I have a paper, I'm going to send it somewhere, and they have spent so much time preparing their research for publication that they feel like I have to send it somewhere right now. I don't want to waste any more of my time. And they don't spend enough time researching the journals that would be appropriate for their particular article. So it is very important. It's almost as important as preparing your good article. And it's very, very time consuming. So I would like you to keep that in mind. So once you have prepared your nice article for publication, you have interesting research, you have great results, you're ready for publication. And so don't rush. You have to invest your time into finding the appropriate venue for your particular paper. Why is it so important? Because if you send it somewhere where this paper doesn't have a chance, you're going to waste more time than you would have otherwise. So there are several common mistakes. Some people send their paper to whatever journal they know. There are cases when people find a list somewhere that says, well, these are linguistic journals, or these are English teaching journals, or these are mechanical engineering journals, and they just go through the list. I can tell you, as an editor of the Journal of Language and Discrimination, we get a lot of submissions that we reject because the submission does not fit our journal scope. You have to check out, most of those journals are online now, so they have web pages. You have to very carefully read all of the information on the website. If the journal says that we publish papers that are mostly linguistic in scope, and they deal with the connection between language and discrimination, please don't send us papers on English pedagogy. It will not fit our journal. We will have to reject it. Maybe it's a brilliant article, but it will have no chance at our specific journal, you see? Similarly, don't send us papers about English grammar. Maybe it's a wonderful paper, it doesn't have a chance. Our journal takes a very short time for desk rejects. Those are called desk reject. So when something comes in, the editor looks through and decides, do I want to send it for external review, for peer review, or is it just going to be rejected immediately? At our journal, with that I'm co-editing with Dr. Dimata from University of Turin, we usually deal with desk rejects within the first week after submission. However, not all journals are as quick as that. Some take a month or even longer. And so for this month, you're sitting there waiting for the decision. You're wasting the time because a month later, you will receive a rejection letter saying that this article does not meet the scope, does not fit the scope of our journal. And in this case, it would have been a better thing to research the journal well in advance and then submit to the right journal. You see what I mean? It is also a mistake that some people commit when they submit their journal, submit their article to a journal that's too competitive. From personal experience, I can tell you that TESOL Quarterly or TESOL Journal is very, very competitive. So it takes only the top of the top of the articles. I got rejected from it. So I know from personal experience that it is a very, very difficult journal to get into. So the opposite mistake is to send it to some journal that is not competitive. The problem then is that very few people will ever read your journal, your article. And we don't want to write just for ourselves, right? We write so that people can read our writing. We want to share our research. We want to share our findings. We want to share our ideas. And if you're submitting it to a journal that is not prestigious at all, then you're not going to get a very good audience for your paper. So the final thing that I want to mention is submitting to a journal with poor reputation. When you get the solicitation, please submit to our journal that covers engineering, social studies, humanities, and something else. This is a really bad sign. This journal does not have a narrow enough focus. It promises to publish pretty much anything. So this is a really, really bad sign. I wouldn't publish in something like that. okay? So what should you do, right? So I've talked about things that a researcher shouldn't do while choosing an appropriate journal. What are the right things to do then? First of all, you check the influential publications in your field. Then create a list of journals cited in those publications. And then may narrow it down, from hundreds of journals, make a list of 5, maybe 10 journals. Once you do that, go to the web. You also can go to the websites of prestigious publishers such as Cambridge or Oxford, Routledge, or Taylor and Francis. Modern de Gruyter is for linguistics only, so I'm not sure it would be relevant for other fields. So I'm talking mostly about the publishers that I'm familiar with. They can be different for your field. So if you're working in computer science, maybe there are different publishers. But then once you go on the publisher's website, you browse the list of their journals and try to identify something where your specific topic might be a good fit. You can also ask colleagues. You can ask your friends for recommendations. You can ask your administration, especially if publications are required for your work evaluation and promotion. Well, if they're going to check you, then maybe they can give you some advice on what publications they will consider good and what publications they will consider not so good. Again, what should we do? Once you create a list of 5-10 journals that seem to fit your research, you read. You go on the website of the journal, you go on Google Scholar, and you try to read as many articles and at least abstracts of the articles that were published in that journal. Why would you do that? You need that to get a feeling for what kind of articles were successfully published in that journal. If your research is on the similar topic or it has similar methodology, it addresses similar issues, it looks like you might have a chance there. If the research that you find in this particular journal is really different, maybe the subjects that are addressed are really different, maybe the style of writing is really different from yours, then it might not be a good fit for you. Okay. So one of the things you can do is you can go on Scopus website and choose what I just did that today. I added these screenshots from the Scopus website that lists top engineering journals. If it's #1 in the world, I would be very ambitious to submit to that kind of journal, right? So you can go down the list and find something middle of the ground that is not too picky, and you don't want any junky journals, right? You want something of good quality, but you find the right fit for yourself. So you can search for computer science journals, and if you are in teaching English and that is your area of research, you can look for education journals or language and linguistics journals. And so then, like I said, keep looking for something that will be a good fit. Well, once you have your paper and you have identified the journal that you want to go with, you need to make sure that your paper is well organized. So what do? There are certain patterns of organization of academic publications. However, I want to emphasize that they may be different for different fields. So if you are in engineering, you might actually have to adjust what I'm saying here to your particular field, okay? And that is another reason why it is so important to read lots and lots of journals, lots and lots of articles from different journals, is because you need to get a feeling for the typical organization of the articles that are published in this journal. Okay, so So I will list some general organizational guidelines. Again, remember that they may be modified according to the requirements of the particular field you work in or of the journal that you that you want to submit to. There is an abbreviation. It's kind of funny. So IMRD pattern. It stands for Introduction, Method, Results, and Discussion. So this is kind of the standard, right? It can be modified. There is ILM, RDC pattern. So introduction, literature review, methods, results, and discussion, and then conclusion, and then variations of that. So many publications also expect an abstract, which is a standalone section that summarizes the article, and a list of keywords. And they tell you, we want 5 keywords, we want 10 keywords. The journal will tell you. That is another reason. Again, you've got to study the website of the journal with all of the directions that they give you, and then you follow those directions. I think it's pretty clear, but I'll still go through that. The introduction explains why this research is necessary, important, describes the problem or situation that motivates your research, discusses the current state of research in the field, reveals a gap or problem that you want to address, explains how the present research is a solution to that problem of gap. So you first say, that's the situation, there is a problem that hasn't been solved by anyone, and here I am, I'm going to solve this problem. So everyone needs to read my article. So you make the big promises there, or not so big, but you explain what you're going to do. The methods section is very important. It tells readers how you conducted your study. It includes the information about your data, your sample, including research participants if you conduct research on human participants, methods, equipment if you used any. The methods section should be detailed and clear enough, and this is important. It should be detailed and clear enough to enable readers to duplicate your study. So somebody would say, oh, I want to check if I get the same results if I conduct something. So you have to provide enough information there that they would be just following your steps and getting the same results. Methods sections often use subheadings. It can be data collection, let's say research participants, methods used. So things like that could be subheadings in your methods section. Then we have the results section where you present your findings. Typically, the results contains lots of data, including charts, graphs, tables, and the explanations and commentary are brief because they're mostly reserved for the discussion and conclusion sections. And then we come to the discussion. This is where you talk to your reader. You summarize the findings, you comment on those findings. If there was a big table with lots of numbers, this is where you say, these are the numbers that I received, and this is what they mean for my research question. Okay? You talk to your reader, you explain everything, because now you know everything, and the reader is not really familiar with your project. Will never be as familiar with the project as you are, so you have to explain it to them. You may also discuss limitations of your study. Let's say if you were working with a particular group of people and the results might be different if somebody studied a different group, that's the place to mention that. So composition researchers often say the discussion section is concerned with the interpretation of results, but the conclusion section highlights the value of such findings. Often discussion is a little longer and conclusion is a shorter section. However, sometimes those two sections are combined. Some authors just write discussion and conclusions and make it a subtitle in the article. Some of them just say discussion, but then they provide both discussion and conclusions. Some call that part conclusions and then discuss things kind of in detail and provide the final punch in the end. So discussion and conclusions sometimes get blended together, sometimes they're separate. Another thing that I want to mention is that introduction and conclusion, so the very beginning and the very end of the article, sometimes or often, in fact, not just sometimes, but often, there is a relationship between. They cover the same content. The difference is that in the introduction, you make your promises. This is what my topic is. This is what I want to do. That's why I want to do it. And you're making your promises. And in the conclusion, you deliver on your promises. You say, I studied this problem and I came to the following conclusion. This is my final answer to the research question that I post for this research. Another element that is usually not considered the part of the article itself, but it's necessary for submission, is the abstract. Very often it's written after the whole article is completed, because you have to know everything that you're already going to say in the article to be able to summarize it, because abstract is a summary. A common mistake is the abstract sounding like an introduction. It shouldn't be. You do have your introduction already in the article, and abstract is something different. Abstract summarizes the whole thing, the reason for the study, the aim, the methodology used, and the findings. So you have to cover everything that you are going to present in much more detail in your paper, but you condense everything into this, sometimes it's 200 words, sometimes it's 400 words. It's the abstract that is usually published on the website with your article. Is there a question? No? Okay. All right. So I'll be going on. Common organizational problems for structuring an article. Sometimes people just submit a paper where everything is mixed together. It is difficult to figure out where the introduction is.
Ma'am, Professor Natalia. I'm so much in awe of whatever you're telling about writing a paper. I would like to introduce myself. I'm an assistant professor myself. My name is Aruna in the Department of English in GRIET. Ma'am, whatever you've been telling is so much important as budding researchers like me. So, ma'am, this particular one, this point was that that actually nailed it. No, ma'am, the difference between abstract and, the introduction, somehow these two aspects tend to overlap. So the point that you spoke about abstract not having to introduce and to let the reason and methodology and the finding be known. So can I get you to throw some more light on that, ma'am? That is really what particularly I found it difficult when I tried to write a research paper.
Okay, well, I think the best thing you can do, practical thing you can do,
yes,
is to read an article and to read an abstract and then read introduction. What you will notice is that the abstract is a shortened version of the introduction, but it's not the whole thing. It will be the shortened version of introduction plus the methods plus the results. So if you omit methods and results from your abstract, then your abstract is not going to be a very good one, because the readers will not know what kind of results you came to. And if they don't know what your results are, they may be less interested in reading the whole article. Okay, so let's reserve that. And if I don't have enough time to answer questions in enough detail at the end of the presentation, we can possibly set up another consultation later. But let me go on for a while now, and then
absolutely.
We'll have
Thank
more
you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Sure. So a common problem, I see that in papers that are submitted to the Journal of Language and Discrimination. Somebody writes a paper and I can't tell what is what. It's just a person's opinion and description of the project, and things are just mixed up. One of the reasons that it sounds disorganized is there are no phrases that mark the difference between sections. Because you can put introduction, you can put subtitles, but if your content is not clearly separated into intro, methods, results, conclusion, then the subtitles alone won't do that. Okay, so another common problem is that abstract sounds too much like an introduction, does not have a clear idea of what the results were, what were the main findings that you came to at the end of your research project. The introduction sometimes is too vague and doesn't communicate clearly why it's important to study this particular topic. Or the methods section. Methods section is a very, very important part. You have to be clear and you have to provide enough details. The results is mixed with comments and explanations instead of simply reporting the results. So those are some of the frequent, but again, it depends on the field and it depends on your particular project. It depends on a lot of things. So some of the variations in labeling, in structuring your article and in labeling, sometimes introduction can be split into an introduction and a literature review. Results and discussion can be joined. Like I said, some people just say results and discussion, and that's what they do. They explain what they found and they talk about it. And then some people label it as introduction with review, methods, results, discussion. So all of those sections are present in an article. And it depends on your research. It depends a lot on the journal that you submit to. And it is very important to read some more articles that were published in the same journal and read the list of directions for submission. Okay, so another variation is that sometimes the word introduction is not even there. A person has a title, abstract, keywords, and then starts saying that in the field of TESOL methods, there have been lots of discussion about this, however, such and such. So there's no word introduction before the introduction, but it still sounds like an intro to your paper. So some journals allow that. Literature review very often is not labeled with a subtitle, quote, literature review. Often people use phrases such as current state of research. If you're talking about something specific, maybe it's critical sociocultural perspectives on education. It's still an literature review because that's what they're going to be talking about it in it, or vocabulary knowledge in AFL, ESL context, and so on. So people don't always use the words literature review. However, it must be clear to any reader that that's what it is, because in that section, you will be summarizing what other people have done on your topic before you, right? We don't want to reinvent the bicycle. We need to show that we're knowledgeable about the current research. We're knowledgeable about what other people have done before you so that you don't repeat something that has already been done, right? However, the label can be different. It's not always literature review. So here are, I'm not sure, do I have time for that? I think I have time for it. Some subtitles that I just looked up, and I chose this article simply because there was the word India in the title. So excuse me if this article is not relevant for you, is not really interesting for you. Here's the title. It started with this one post at Me Too, Indian Higher Education. And these were the sections in that article. And the article was published in a journal with a pretty good reputation. So the author of this particular article had these subtitles: introduction, methodology, due process, whisper networks, finding justice from personal to political, Me Too, the beginning. As you can see, the words results, discussion, conclusions are not even there, and it was published. So if this particular journal publishes papers like that, That's an indication for you that you have some freedom with the way you organize or you label sections of your paper. Okay. This one was from an engineering journal, and the subtitles there. So the title of the journal is Steel Fiber Matrix, Interfacial Bond, and Ultra High Performance Concrete, a Review. And the subtitles were Introduction, Bond Testing Methods. There were lots of subtitles there in this bond testing methods. Fiber matrix, interfacial bond, and failure mode. Again, lots and lots of subtitles. Theoretical models, subtitles. Parameters affecting fiber matrix bonds, subtitles. And then we have conclusions and future research. So what do I want to tell you? I want to say that, well, there is an expected pattern. There are very common labels for subsections in your paper. However, there is some flexibility. And that is why it's important to check what the requirements of your specific journal are. It's important to chunk your paper. It shouldn't be all big mess, right? It has to be in identifiable parts. And the chunking should follow the general introduction, methods, results, discussion pattern, but there is a lot of flexibility. Okay. How do you format your article? Some journals just say, please follow the MLA format. MLA stands for Modern Languages Association. Usually research in arts and humanities is formatted in MLA, APA, American Psychological Association. Publications in social sciences, including linguistics, often are formatted in the APA style. There is CMS, Chicago Manual of Style, such fields as history, anthropology, archaeology, political science, religious studies, philosophy, art history, and international studies require that your paper is in CMS. And some journals just say, here is our style sheet, follow our rules. You have to do it this way, you just follow the rules then. It is very, very important to follow the journal's style requirements. If the journal says it publishes papers between 7,000 and 9,000 words, please do not send to them a 2,000 word paper. This is not the sole reason for rejections in our journal, at the Journal of Language and Discrimination, but I can tell you that if we receive a paper that is 1,500 words or 2,000 words, we are just there. Why? Why would you do that? Our website says 7,000 to 9,000 words. Okay, do not exceed the limit. Do not send a paper that is significantly longer than permitted by the journal, unless you receive permission from the editor. And for that, you need to communicate with the editor. If the journal's style sheet asks for Times New Roman, size 12, double spaced, that's what you have to do. Don't make it single spaced, don't make it big letters, don't play with different fonts. If the journal wants the papers to be in Word, PDF, or LaTeX, that's what you have to do. You have to follow the format requirements. I wouldn't say that we would reject the paper just because it didn't follow the right format, but you're not going to be on the editor's good side if you don't follow those requirements. Okay, you don't want to get the editor upset with you, of course, right? So the format is important. You have to follow the requirements of the journal sets. Be very careful about citing outside sources. Every time a quote, a paraphrase, a summary, or even an idea, if it comes from somewhere else, from an article, from a personal conversation, from a book, from a website that you found, from anything, you have to give credit to the person who came up with this text or with that idea, right? And for that, you need to have in-text citations. See, I'm showing myself, right? In the text, you would put parentheses, you would write the name of the writer. And if this is an APA, you put the year of publication. So different formats, MLA, APA, Chicago, Vancouver, Harvard, they would have different requirements. And also everything that's cited in the text has to be also included in the references. For example, that particular paper will be referenced like this. So I want to show you that. I'm not sure if the letters are big enough for you to see the differences. So in MLA format, the same article in the Journal of Language Aggression and Conflict is going to be presented slightly different than in the, if it's cited in APA format. See, the differences are minor. Let's say quotation marks are absent in APA, but if that's the requirement of the journal, you just do it how they require. CCMS has very small differences, but there are some differences. And then Harvard and Vancouver, mostly that relates to, let's say, like I said, quotation marks. The year of publication can be in the end or in the beginning. The number of the issue and the year of the journal. So just small differences. However, each of those formats has slightly different requirements. If you're unsure, it is okay to email the editor, but please reserve this option only for very serious, very important questions. Don't bother the editors with questions that can be answered by just checking the documentation on the website, in the style sheet, or somewhere like that. Okay, so if you can't find the answer to your question, it is okay to email the editor, of course. So the submission process is the next step. Once you have written your, you have conducted your research, you have written everything up, you have checked you have found the right journal, you have adjusted your format to the requirements of the journal, then you submit, right? Most journals now are online and submission process is online. You've got to follow directions. So there's not much to talk about it. I can't give you very much advice because almost every journal is different. So they use different systems, their websites are different. They usually have very detailed step-by-step directions of how to do it. Communication with the editor. I want to say that journal editors are usually experts in the field with an extensive publication record, with an international publication. They deserve respect. That means that you've got to communicate lightly, respectfully, including such aspect. It's not only the verbal politeness, but also don't send them bad papers. Don't send them papers that do not meet their journal's requirements. Again, if you're writing to the Journal of Language and Discrimination, the grammar paper is not going to work. So don't waste people's time. Okay. One of the things that might be kind of tricky is following the politeness requirements in different cultures, right? If you're language teachers, you know that politeness formulas are different in different cultures. What is polite in one place may be not so polite or irrelevant in another place. The proper way to address people in one culture may not be the right way to address people in the other culture. So you have to be kind of careful there. And I realize very well that we don't know everything. For example, when I want to write to a person from a culture that I am not familiar with, and I don't know their naming conventions, sometimes I don't know if the name includes what in the United States people would call first name or last name, right? So in US, the common way to address a researcher is often doctor and then last name, right, surname, or professor and then the last name. Using the first name when you address the person for the first time may not be polite. But I don't know in this name when there are 3 elements or 2 elements, and I don't know which one is the family name and which one is that person's given name. So it's not always easy. You just need to be ready for that. And just keep in mind that sometimes politeness can be culture specific, or often actually politeness is culture specific, and we don't always know everything. And of course, people are going to be understanding of that. We all have been in a situation when we're trying to communicate with someone from across the globe and we are not quite sure. So we try to be careful. We try our best, right? And people understand that, well, sometimes we make mistakes. And that's understandable. That's okay. I want to say that even though journal editors are experts in their field, they are your colleagues. They are in the same boat. They're also researchers. Usually they are researchers in the same field as you are. So you actually have something in common. Maybe you have a lot in common with journal editors. They will treat you with respect also. They will do their best to treat you with respect. And that is one of the reasons why I say that it's okay to communicate with editors. If you have a question that you can't find an answer to, if you have something serious to ask, you should be able to, okay? However, when you communicate with journal editors, you've got to be patient. If you submitted something last week and you haven't received a response, be patient. Don't start emailing them. If your paper has been reviewed 2 months ago and there is nothing happening, then maybe you can write a very, very nice and polite email saying, hello, I hope all is well. I wonder if it's possible to receive an update on the paper that I submitted, such and such. Okay, so just make it, write it carefully. If you received a message from the editor, respond with a short, polite note. Thank you for your notification. I will start revising my article immediately, because the editor needs a confirmation that you received the message, you're going to do it, or you're not going to do it, so that they don't expect something when it's not coming. Do not argue with editors. Trust me, just don't argue with editors. It might be appeal to the editor in a serious situation. Like I said, if you have an answer, a question, and the website or the style sheet does not provide you an answer. If you see that there has been 2 or 3 months without any movement of your paper, it's okay to contact the editors. Or another case, which has happened in my own experience. My article was reviewed by a journal. I received 2 reviews, and reviews were different. They were opposite. So one reviewer wanted me to do one thing, the other was requesting something else, and it was not possible to address both of those review requests. So what do you do? In this case, the best thing to do is to write, again, a very nice and polite email to the editor and say, here's my situation, what's your advice? And they will talk with you, they will provide advice for you. Remember that it is not the reviewer that accepts or rejects your paper, it is the editor. So the editor acts based on the review. But sometimes, let's say reviews are opposite, then the editor makes the final decision, possibly to resend that article for another round of review, maybe to a different reviewer. Sometimes the editor may decide that I will accept this review, I will not pay attention to the other review, or I will. So it is the editor's decision in the end. So it's okay to communicate with the editor if you're receiving conflicting requests, conflicting advice. Keeping your expectation realistic is important, especially time-wise. I have talked with a lot of people who have very unrealistic expectations of the publication time. It is not unusual for a submission in an international level journal to go for 2 to 3 years. Sometimes it's longer, but then it's really bad. It's really bad. However, 2 years is not unusual. Here's an example. You can see that the submission was in December of 2020. It was reviewed in April of 2021. The revision was submitted in June of 2021. And it was accepted in June 2021. However, today is February of 2022, and the paper has not been published yet. There was a there was an even more upsetting example. That is, again, my article written with another colleague of mine. So we co-authored this article. We submitted it in July of 2015. It was reviewed in December of 2015. Then we resubmitted it in February of 2016. It was reviewed again in May. And then there was silence. So the revision was, or the second round of review was in May. And then until November, we didn't hear anything. So in November, we write, hey, could you please update us on the status of the article, whether the revisions were okay or they were not? We receive a response. Thank you for your email. Your submission has been accepted. Oh, wonderful, right? So I'm so happy. In November of 2017, it was accepted. December, January, February. Finally, in March, we write, do you have any news? When is that publication going to be in print? Well, this is your formal acceptance letter. You have been accepted for publication, kind of the second time, right? Your article will be published in the summer, and then it was September of that year. So if you can look at it, it took over 3 years. I can share with you that my co-author and we were not very happy during this process. And the main problem here is that the research was time sensitive. By the time it got into the print, it was old. So this was not a very good experience for us. However, it does happen. So you need to be prepared. And if something doesn't, please don't email editors and say, hey, can you please publish my article very quickly? Because I need it for my studies. This is not going to go well. So I believe we have about half an hour for questions, and I welcome your questions. And let me check the chat window. Good morning. The session is live. Post questions to organize. How can we personal views on the introduction? Personal views. Here's my opinion. Here's my opinion, and this is a question that the answer to this question may differ depending on your field and the journal that you choose and your particular publication. However, I strongly believe that personal opinions are not only okay, they're necessary. Why would you write a paper if you didn't have an opinion about it? You obviously have an opinion. So how you present it is the question. When I teach academic writing in college, I always tell my students, do not use the phrase, I believe, and the phrase, in my opinion. It is not because there's anything wrong with them. Those are perfectly good phrases. I believe, and in my opinion, are great phrases, nothing wrong with them. However, in an academic publication, the expectation is that everything you say, everything you write is already what you believe. Everything you write is already your opinion, unless you cite, John Smith, 2015, then it's obviously not your opinion, but somebody else. Everything else is your opinion. Because of that, the phrase, I believe, is just simply not necessary. The phrase, in my opinion, is not necessary. Everything you say is your opinion. There are ways to do it in formal writing. One of the phrases is, it is, adjective to verb. For example, it is reasonable to assume. That's kind of an opinion, right? But it's expressed in a formal way. The verbs, reporting verbs, also express your opinion. When you say something like, John Smith in his research proves that, it's different from John Smith in his research claims that. Do you see the difference? Proves and claims show your opinion about it. In the first case, you believe it. In the second, you question that research that you are citing there, right? So it is your opinion, but it's expressed in a way that's considered formal and accepted in academic writing. Okay. All right. Are there more questions?
Yeah, madam. This is Shukanta Dhong speaking. You have answered my question. I'm so happy to hear, sir, madam. So, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, the participants are open for questions, and ma'am is ever ready to answer all our queries with regard to the topic that has been taken up, publishing papers.
Oh, there's another question. Excuse me. There's another question about Scopus indexing.
Sure.
There is no format for Scopus indexing because Scopus is not a journal. Scopus is a service that indexes a lot of different journals. And so Scopus can include journals that use different formats. You see what I mean? In Scopus, you can have thousands and thousands of journals, and each journal may have different requirements. That's why it's very important to examine the website of the journal and find the style sheet. Okay, is there another question?
The participants, whoever have questions to ask, from your end can unmute and ask questions.
I can talk a little bit more. Can you explain about H index of the author? No, I'm sorry. I don't know that. So I don't even know what this abbreviation stands for. What is H index? Is it citation index for the author? How many times somebody's papers were cited, right?
Ma'am Natalia?
Yep.
Very good morning, and thank you so much for all the influence that you have made by giving us a very crispy, short, interesting presentation. I'm Hari from Lendi Institute of Visakhapatnam of Andhra Pradesh. Can you just throw some light on how to write the bibliography or references at the end?
Thank you. That's a good question. So you mean the bibliography after a research article that you submit somewhere, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's say, maybe I can find some papers. So if you write a research article, again, a literature review is a requirement. I think I mentioned that we don't want to reinvent something that has been invented before us, right, long ago. If you do that, you're going to mention other people's books or articles or chapters in books or other academic publications. When you do that, you are going to talk about other people's. Here's an article. Let me see if I can share my screen. I can share my screen. Final version. Okay, so maybe I can share this paper with you. Share screen. So if you mention some kind of study, then you have to cite it in the text. You will have, yeah, here it is. Let me share something different with you. Okay, so here's an article that a colleague of mine and I published. And here's our title, here's our abstract, here's our introduction. And see, in the introduction, our introduction is blended with literature review. In the introduction, we mention this researcher and that researcher and these researchers' works. So what do we have to do? We have to include all of those articles and books that we mentioned in our bibliography. In our case, because we were using APA format, we call it not bibliography, but references. And APA dictates that there has to be the last name, initials, not the full name, but just initials. Then another last name, there are two authors. After that comes the year, the title of the journal, the issue, and the pages. Okay, and so we have to include every single article and every single book that we mentioned in our literature review in our references. And they will be formatted differently depending on the style that a particular journal requires. So sometimes it can be MLA, sometimes it can be APA, so it can be different. Did I answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harissa. Ms. Taranya, would you like to re-ask the question?
Is there a difference between MLA and APA? Yes, good question, thank you. The difference between MLA and APA is minor. The main thing is always that you give credit to the writer of that book or article that you mentioned. In MLA and APA, there are slight differences. For example, in MLA, the year of publication is at the end of that reference line. In APA, if you do the references, the year is in the very beginning. There is actually a somewhat logical reason for that. MLA is often used by literature studies. And if a book was written in 1625, it has not changed ever since, and it's still a valuable book. However, APA is often used by sciences, including medicine. And if a study was conducted in the previous century, it is very important for the reader to know that this is an old research because medical field is changing so quickly. See, so for APA, we have the names of the authors, and then right after that, we have the year of publication. So all of those details, nobody remembers them. There's so many different little directions. What you can do is you can look them up online. The website that our university uses for students is, I'm going to put it in the chat window right now. Purdue University Online Writing Lab. So if you search for that, the website will come up, and there will be MLA requirements, APA requirements, Chicago requirements. So you can just look it up. If it's an article, it should be cited like this. If it's a book, it should be cited like that. The difference for in-text citation. So in your article, let's say in the literature review, MLA does not require the year, just the name, the last name of the paper, the person, the surname, and page numbers. But APA requires, again, remember I said that the year is very important for APA because that style is required by sciences or the fields where date is very important. So when you write your literature review, in the literature review, you'll put parentheses, surname of the author, comma, and the year of publication, and then page numbers. So those are just some of the differences, but there are other differences about quotation marks, a little bit about, again, page numbers that are put in slightly different ways. However, let me tell you, if somebody submitted a great article to our journal, my co-editor and I, we would look at it and we say, you have formatting problems, but we're going to tell you that you should look it up. We probably will even help you find the information about citation, and we will still accept your paper, because for us, the content is more important than whether or not you put the comma in the right place or quotation marks in the right place. You see, we will always work with the author if there is interesting, high quality research. Okay, but format is important. It's kind of like politeness, right? Proper formatting the paper is almost like putting the right clothes for the right situation and being polite. Okay. Do we have more questions?
Good morning once again, ma'am.
Yep.
Like it might slightly be, I'm not sure if my question is really going to be relevant to what you've been talking, but it's been slightly, not intimidating, but the extent to which I've had access to research articles, what I've noticed is there are a good number of references. So when there's a long list of references that are made in an article that is written, does that have anything to do with the success of that article being published? I mean, is that the number of references in that article directly proportional to the article getting published or something? Has it really got a substantial role to play, the number of references also?
Good. Thank you for the question. I think that's a good question, everybody. No, it is not directly related to the chance of publication, but if you're submitting a paper to our journal and we see that you have 4 references there, this is a sign to me that you don't know enough about the research that has been conducted on the same topic. And we can be sure that other people have done things similar to what you're doing, because very few of us are doing something so new that no one else has done it before. Do you agree? There are
Exactly.
lots of people, studying that. So you should establish yourself as a person who is knowledgeable about the current situation in your field. Let's say you're writing about English teaching. You've got to show that you're familiar with the main theories, with influential writers in that field. So I would say 3, 4, 5, 10 references in a research article that is 8,000 words long, that is not going to look good. If you have a list of over 50, that is too much, probably.
Yes.
However, I can't give you a number because it's really not about the number, but about the quality of your
I understand.
literature review. That is much more important. But I would say that something between 20 and 50 references is quite common for articles that are full length, 7,000 words, 9,000 words, 10,000 words. You're likely to mention a lot of studies. So if you're struggling with access, let's say, do you use Google Scholar?
Not exactly like, I mean, anything that, for instance, let me say I'm pursuing my research in literature. So what actually prompted me to ask this question is, as a person researching literature, I may have a good number of good enough perspectives from my side itself. So what I wanted to know is, are those references really, do they have that substantial role to play when I've got enough of perspectives of mine? Let us say, if I'm pursuing literature, I may have so many takes on characterization and the time period.
Yeah.
So-
I agree with you. I don't know about literature studies. So,
Mhm.
by the way, if you are in literature studies, don't submit to the Journal of Language and Discrimination because it doesn't fit.
Thank you so much.
But you've got to read other articles in the same journal and see how much people cite.
Okay.
That will be a better source of information for you than me. Okay. I agree that in literature, personal interpretation is very, very important.
Exactly.
And so you really don't need to cite
So
all
many
of those
references.
great people, what they say.
Yes.
What you say about this work is much more important. But I don't know the conventions of that field. So it's better to look at the articles in a particular journal and see. So I just put in the chat window scholar.google.com. I hope that you don't use just Google when you look for when you create your literature, you use Google Scholar, right?
Got
So
that.
there are another couple good resources. One of them is ResearchGate. I believe it's
Yes, ma'am. ResearchGate is, I'm aware of that.
is it .net? I'm not sure if it's
yes.
.net or .org. And then there is academia. Yeah, .edu.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Once again, this is Sukant Dhon. Actually, you have said earlier that this pattern, IMRD pattern, and also ILMRDC pattern. Actually, which pattern is more effective and also acceptable from this pattern?
Which is more effective will be, you have to match it to your specific paper. That's one. And which one is acceptable depends on the journal. If you submit something to the Journal of Language and Discrimination and you have introduction, where you mention some existing research, if you have methods, results, and discussion and conclusions, we probably will accept it. We will not reject it because you don't have the right subtitles. Okay, but I can't talk about literature journals, for example, because I don't work in a literature journal. I have never submitted to a literature journal. I don't know their conventions. They may be different. The same goes for engineering or computer science, for example, or chemistry. each of those fields will have their own conventions. That is why I wanted to emphasize that it's very, very important to find the journal that you want and then read articles, lots of articles from the journal. So if you're in Google Scholar and you see an abstract that sounds like that's a good journal, or the research seems interesting to you, relevant to your topic, and you can't open it because it wants you to pay and you don't have the money, try to go to ResearchGate or academia, because sometimes people have their articles there. And also another thing, you can email the author. If somebody emailed me and said, hey, Professor Knobloch, can you share your article such and such? I would be so happy that somebody is interested in it, that I would definitely share it. What I hear from other people who have tried that, researchers are usually very, very responsive to those kind of requests. So that's just my recommendation for situations when you want to read something and you can't get access for it and it's too expensive for you, or your university does not subscribe to this journal and it's too expensive for you. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you. Once again.
More questions?
Good morning, madam.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Malaysia, madam, research scholar from KL University, Hyderabad branch. Just I want to know, madam, about paper publication purpose. So, what are the famous journals in the entire world, as well as is there any limit to write the journals names in the review of the literature?
Okay,
Based on the
can you
topic.
repeat? Yeah, the first question, please. No, there is no limit to how many journals you you
any
write.
time in this time, for example, we are pursuing now PhD, madam. So, any years difference we want to show in the journals, differentiation the journals when you are writing to publications. So we have to take 7 years or 5 years below completed journals or like that. Review of the literature purpose or updated
For
journals
you,
only we have to write.
which journal? Yeah, which journals you need to cite in your lit review?
ELT purpose, madam.
ELD. What is ELD?
That is in the oral skills purpose.
Can you just tell me what this abbreviation stands for? English language?
Yeah. English language
teaching.
English language teaching.
English
madam.
language teaching. Thank you.
Yes, madam.
Well, the most famous, I guess, is TESOL journal, right? TESOL, Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages. If you go to the TESOL.org, I think, TESOL.org, you will you will come to the website of the organization, TESOL, International TESOL Association. I'm not sure what the official name is, but it's the biggest professional organization in the world. And they have a tab for publications. So TESOL Journal is mentioned there. TESOL Quarterly is mentioned there. There is the Journal of Second Language Writing. There are other journals in the field that work with second language pedagogy. Canadian TESOL journal, I think. So I can't come up with exhaustive list right now. Again, you would have to do your own homework. You would have to everything is online now, so you just keep searching for it. Okay, you can start with TESOL website and click on publications, and then you can go on Google Scholar. And if you go on Google Scholar, you can put into the search window, you can put the keywords for your topic and search for it. and then a bunch of articles and books will come up, and then you see if this article was published in such and such a journal, you write down the name of the journal. Then there's another article that sounds kind of close to what you do, and it was published in another journal. You write down the name of that journal, and then you go to regular Google and you search for those journals and try to find their websites and start reading the articles, at least abstracts of the research that was published in those.
Thank you, madam.
Is it necessary to, thank you, that's a good question in the chat window. Is it necessary to cite latest publications? Kind of, yes. It depends. It depends on the field. Again, if you're in literature study, I think it's a little less important. If you're in medicine, first of all, there will be no research about COVID epidemic that is older than 3 years, do you think? Everything that's related to the latest pandemic is going to be very, very late, very, very recent, very recent. So it depends on your topic. Also, if all of your references are from 20, 30 years ago, then people would say, what, you haven't been reading anything that's new? How can you be sure that nobody has done what you have done? In computer science and engineering, I think recent research is very important. You don't want to cite something from 100 years ago or even 30 years ago, because the progress, the evolution is so fast. You need to show that you're familiar with new research. Classic studies are always classic studies, but in addition to classic older research, it is good to show that you know that there are some more modern studies of the same topic. Okay. More questions? Recent research means 5 years. Yeah, 5 years. That sounds reasonable, because some fields are more popular, by the way, in, let's say, TESOL research, right? In language teaching research. That's my impression. There are more studies being done all the time. And in, let's say, applied linguistics or political linguistics, I think there are fewer studies. So you can get a very extensive literature review if you only limit yourself to the last 5 years, just because there hasn't been all that much done, right? But in teaching English as a foreign or second language, there is a lot of research. And then you can limit yourself to the last 5 years. You can make the Google Scholar search for the last 5 years, and there will be lots and lots of studies. That's my impression. I didn't check it, but that's just what I see. Let's or the citations also. When somebody publishes in language teaching research, there are going to be more citations of that article. That's just reality. It's very popular, right? Citation references mentioned in the paper of high standards published in Scopus Index. This is, thank you. You all are asking very good questions. I don't think it matters whether or not the research you cite comes from a journal that's necessarily indexed in Scopus. First of all, oh yeah, publishing in Scopus Index Journal is challenging. But when you cite somebody else, I think the pressure is a little less. If the article that you're citing is good and the information there is relevant to your study, you probably can cite it even if that particular article was not in a Scopus indexed journal. If your administration only gives you a good review or approves your promotion when you publish in a Scopus index journal, then that's what you do, right? Because we all follow the rules that our universities or our colleges set for us, and then we follow. However, I think for citation, I don't think there is a very strict rule that it has to be a Scopus index journal. Here's one of the things that I want to mention. If all of your citations, let's say you're publishing pretty much on any topic, and all of your citations come from a narrow group of people, let's say everyone from your university, then people are going to start questioning, are you aware of what's happening outside of your university? Maybe there's great research on this topic that was conducted in a different country. So you should show that you know not only what's happening in your area or even in your country, but you also know about international research, which comes with this challenge. I understand perfectly well how expensive it is to subscribe to journals, and that many universities just don't have very rich libraries. That's why I'm saying that there should be a way to search for the articles that you want to read and possibly get it through the channels that allow you free access to it. Okay. Do I have more questions? Do I have any time left, or is it time for the next presentation? If there is another question, I will take another question. Okay, well, I believe the time is up. If there are no more questions, I will put my email in the chat window, blo@svsu.edu. So if you think of something else that you would like to ask later, you are welcome to email me and ask your questions. I hope that this presentation was helpful, and I would be happy to continue communicating with you.
Sure, ma'am. That was one hell of a session. Though it sounded very crisp, but the way you encapsulated all the essential ingredients of making that recite called the research paper, you have just nailed it, ma'am. I've
Thank
been
you.
trying to make a note of those significant aspects. Things like you spoke about not having to rush to get your article published, but to have the appropriate channel to do that. And what was more important from your talk was, ma'am, that the article that we wish to publish, it has to be in the journal scope. That was something that we were probably completely unaware of. And apart from that, also make sure the list of journals that would be relevant to the topic of our research article. And also following a pattern, you've been specifying IMRD. That was very informative. And I mean, that's one, those are some of the aspects that actually lead us to write the research paper in the right format. And also, yeah, to make a difference between an abstract and the introduction. And ma'am, I have been following your presentation very keenly. What was very, very sugar-coated or easy for us to understand was you made it a point to exemplify by way of certain articles that were chosen for publication. In those examples that were taken up, you had made it very clear what made it a recite for the rejection or acceptance for that matter. So that was one very amazing and informative session, ma'am. We can't thank you enough for having been a part of your presentation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. I can share the PowerPoint with the organizers so that if you would like to have a copy, they should be able to email it to you.
There'll be
if
nothing
that
like
helps.
that, nothing like it.
Okay.
We would definitely be looking forward to that. Ma'am,
Perfect.
we would like you to keep your video on, your camera on. We would like to have a screenshot with you alongside you with the rest of the participants. So in that light, I would like to request all the participants to kindly turn on their videos so that we can have a screenshot with Professor Natalia. Kindly oblige all the participants. I'm turning on mine too.
Just give us a minute. We are taking screenshots of it. Anna ma'am, I've done taking screenshots.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for joining us.
All right. Thanks again. This was a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
The pleasure
Bye.
was all ours, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right. Now to all the participants and the esteemed guests who have joined here, to take the proceedings of the Day 2 International Conference, virtual conference forward, I would like to invite the next speaker for today, the plenary session, Dr. Anand Mahajan, Professor, Department of Materials Development, Testing and Evaluation, School of English Language Education, IFLU, Hyderabad. The topic that would be taken up by Dr. Anand Mahajan would be towards an alternative approach to assessment. Dr. Anand Mahajan is Professor, Department of Materials Development, Testing and Evaluation, IFLU University, Hyderabad. His research interests include materials development, literature, language interface, English for specific purposes, and folk and tribal literature. Sir has guided research in these areas and published extensively. So far, he has guided 13 PhD and 15 MPhil dissertations. Sir's important books include English Through Folktales, Literature for Language Skills, English for Academic and Professional Skills, and Tribal Literature in India. Sir has developed materials for IFLU, IGNO, and BRA-OU. He translates from English to Odia and vice versa. Sir's translations include 2 collections of folk tales, some of the works of Ruskin Bond and Pratibha Rai. He is also the executive editor of Lokaratna, an international online journal devoted to folklore, literature, language, and pedagogy. We welcome you, Dr. Anand Mahanan, sir, to please take over the proceedings and start with your presentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I will just share my screen. Can you see it? Can you
Not
see
yet,
the
sir.
screen?
No, sir. Not yet.
Not yet. That's one. One minute. Give me.
Excuse me, maybe the organizer should check that I'm not a presenter anymore so that I don't block
Yeah.
the next,
Uh,
yeah.
Just check
No,
that.
ma'am, that is not the case. Anand Mahanand sir is given co-host. He can also present, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Now, is it okay? Can you
Not
see
itself.
this?
Your slide is not shown.
Oh. Okay.
Anand Mahanand sir, you are sharing your screen. We can able to see your, yes, sir.
Now it is visible.
Yeah, it is visible, sir.
Okay.
Play the slides, sir.
Yeah. 1 minute. Show. Yeah, so we shall start. The topic is towards an alternative approach to assessment. When the pandemic was at its peak period last year, all classrooms were shut down, all houses were shut, but assessments and examinations did take place. Houses were shut, students were not able to come out of home, forget about coming to the classroom. Institutions, educational institutions were also closed, but assessments and examinations could take place. That was because we had the device of online testing, online assessment, and so on. There was some alternative form of assessment possible. We developed that. So today, in all institutions, we have adopted a blended kind of learning, and with blended kind of learning, we have blended type of assessment. So today we'll be talking about alternative form of assessment. So in this presentation, sorry. Sorry, this is not the slide. Stop share. I'm sorry, that was the wrong slide. Hello. Can you allow me to share the screen? Host disabled participant screen sharing issue.
Yes, sir, you were given host control now. You can go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. This is the slide. Now, can you see the slide? What's an alternative approach to assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The slide is,
Yeah.
play the
Sorry,
slide, sir. Play
I'm
the slide.
extremely sorry for the blunder. Okay, so I was telling you that when the pandemic was at its peak period or peak stage, still assessment was possible because we could devise alternative form of assessment. And this pandemic stays or goes, this alternative form of assessment is going to stay. We will have blended learning, and with blended learning, we'll also have blended assessment or alternative form of assessment. So today we'll be reflecting on some of the aspects of assessment and so on. So the objectives of my presentation would be to help us understand the concepts evaluation, assessment, and testing, and to take a look at some of the existing practices of evaluation and propose an alternative approach to evaluation, to suggest a set of alternative forms of assessment to facilitate blended learning. And also to give some tips to make assessment inclusive and relevant to the present situation. So the need for alternative forms of assessment. We are into blended learning, and this is a new situation, and new circumstances require new initiatives. That's why there is a need for alternative form of assessment. And technology has developed, it facilitates alternative forms of assessment. And according to the new education policy 2020, it is prescribed. New form of assessment has been prescribed. I will just show you the clauses that is there in that are there in the new education policy document. Para 4 30.3534 says the aim of assessment in the culture of our schooling system will shift from one that is summative and primarily tests rote memorization skills to one that is more regular and formative, is more competency-based, promotes learning and development for our students, and tests higher order skills such as analysis, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity. So this is what the National Education Policy says. We have to move from summative assessment that is primarily based on rote memorization skills and so on. And we'll have, instead of that, we'll have more regular and formative assessment, and it will be competency-based, and it promotes learning and development for our students and test higher order skills. We know Bloom's taxonomy and analysis, critical thinking. These are higher order thinking skills, and these are to be promoted. It also states that teachers should be prepared for a transformation in the assessment system by 2022-2023 academic session. This is a phrase from the new education policy. So we should be ready for new form of assessment. They are going to ask about this to all institutions. In fact, they have started asking about outcome-based syllabus and online assessment and all so on. So there is no rescue. We have to adopt this. So if we let us understand the purpose of syllabus evaluation. Usually, evaluation is taken as a thing for judgment, something to pass or fail students, but it has other notion, other idea. The purpose is to know how much the learners have learned and how much they need to learn. It is a learning process. It is an enabling process, not an eliminating process. Through evaluation, we try to find out whether our students, how much they have learned and how much they need to learn, and also whether our methods and materials are working or not, whether our objectives are fulfilled or not, they are achieved or not. It is part of the learning process. It makes us aware of whether the objectives are fulfilled or not. So let us distinguish between these terms, evaluation, assessment, and testing. Let us understand them. Evaluation is a broader term, and it is the process of obtaining information and using it for judgment, for future development. It is a broader term, and it involves judgment and for future development. It involves many things like preparing, collecting data, making judgments, making decisions whether to promote the student or not, or then reporting to the authorities, reporting to the parents. It is larger in scope. Evaluation is associated with program. You evaluate the program as a whole. The methods and materials, not only students' evaluation, but you look at everything. That's why it is a larger term. Assessment doesn't involve decision making and reporting. It entails students learning. Assessment is related to students learning, how much the students have learned and what is the outcome of our teaching. And testing is the narrowest term among these three. It is the narrowest in scope, doesn't deal with judgment and making decision. Testing, you test vocabulary of students or you test grammar knowledge of students. No, that's all. So you don't decide anything after that. You don't make a decision whether to pass the student or not, but you just test. That ends there. So there are different kinds of tests. For example, diagnostic test. It is done to gather information about what the students already know and what they need to know for the next lesson. That is diagnostics test. Then benchmark test. Benchmark test is done to know whether the students met the lesson's goal and objectives. We usually set goals and objectives, and we try to find out whether our objectives are achieved or not. So that is to know that we do or we administer benchmark test. Then we have placement test. Placement test, as the name suggests, we place students according to their levels. For example, to our university, we get students from outside. We have a program called International Training Program, and these students are professionals. They come to learn English for 4 months. And they are doctors, engineers, diplomats, lawyers, and so on. So they are professionals. So and big people, but they have come to learn English. Their levels of proficiency vary. So to know their levels, we take a placement test. And according to their level of proficiency, we put them in different groups. Usually we put them in 3 groups. The primary group, intermediate group, and advanced group. So that is done. So, and we teach them, we devise our syllabus according to that, and we conduct our classes for them separately. So we have been teaching different courses on different programs like MA, BA, or BTech, MTech, and so on. So let us think about the objectives of our programs. For example, what is the objective of teaching English to our BTech students? What is the goal of teaching them, and what are the objectives? Goal is a broader term. For example, the goal is to develop speaking skills of students, and there will be many objectives. Under that, speaking skills means they will be able to make presentations, they will be able to take part in group discussions, they will be able to answer questions, things like that. So these are smaller objectives, and these objectives constitute a goal. So just reflect on the goal and objectives of teaching English to your students. What is the purpose, and what do you aim to do with them? If you want, you can share your ideas. I'll give you some 2 or 3 minutes. Or because we are given syllabus, we just have to teach. Not like that. I mean, there should be some purpose, some goal, some objectives. I would like 1 or 2 responses from you.
The participants can address their queries, if any, with regard to the topic being discussed.
Yes, anybody would like to share? With, Mr. Srinivas Reddy, you can unmute yourself and unmute your mic and say. Or the administrator could unmute the participants. Somebody is speaking.
Mr. Srinivas, sir, you can unmute from your side and speak.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sir, how would you apply these evaluationary methods to engineering students? Would you apply summative assessment or formative assessment or continuous evaluation process?
Yeah, we have not come to that. I am asking about the objectives. We'll discuss all that. That is going to come. But you tell me what is the purpose of your teaching to your engineering students?
Yeah.
What are the objectives?
Yeah.
You tell me.
Actually, to enable the students a communicative ability.
Okay, good.
Communicative ability.
Yeah, good. That's good. to develop their communication skills, their communicative ability, and so on. All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
In addition to that,
mhm.
their speech mechanism is also very important, and also enrichment of vocabulary.
Enrichment of vocabulary
Yeah.
and yeah, speak mechanism.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
They,
Yes, sir.
they should be legitimate
Yeah. Yes.
when they speak.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
should be
Proceed, sir.
clear.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Proceed, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
yeah. All
Thank you.
right.
Proceed.
So
Thank you.
unless you set your objectives, unless your objectives are clear, your evaluation will not be fruitful. It will not be valid. Because what will you evaluate? What will you assess? So that is why we should have clear objectives before we go for evaluation. And also we have to see this icon is coming. What should I do? This icon to stop this. If I say stop share, it will go, no? No.
You're sharing, sir. We can able to see your share screen. But you
No,
didn't
this
turn
this icon is covering one line.
but we can't see that, sir.
You can't see that?
Yeah, the
All
screen
right.
is completely visible.
Achha.
You can turn on your video, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So before we think of any assessment, our objectives and goal should be clear. The objectives of the course should be clear. In the board of studies, you get the courses approved and all, and you have the syllabus, and I'm sure the objectives are mentioned in the syllabus. And also there should be outcome.
Sir, sorry to disturb you. Are you
Yeah.
changing slides, sir?
No, not yet.
Not it.
The same thing.
Yeah, done. Sir.
Same slide.
Yeah, it's working.
I am on the same screen. Yeah. So, yeah, we also have to see what are the objectives of the student, what they come with. What do the students expect from the program they are admitted to? If the students are admitted to MTech course or BTech course and they are learning English, what do they expect from the course? Sorry, MTech program and BTech program. What do they expect from the course? Course is a smaller component in the program. So the course we teach from the English course, the first year course in English, what do they expect? And what are the learning outcomes? What do we expect them to learn by the end of the course? So all these should be clear to us and to the students.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yeah.
The last slide. Actually, what are learning outcomes? I have an opinion about the learning outcomes.
Yeah.
Just I am going to share my opinion, sir.
Yeah. Share it. Yeah.
Yes. Actually, if one learner's scholar accept all the subject matter, he can learning as a whole. That is, the learners should have knowledge, skill, abilities, and values what they have learned. And I think learning outcome is a concrete. That is my point, sir.
Yeah, learning outcome is a concrete thing. All right. So we should be clear about that. Good that you shared your point. So major aspects of assessment is to identify the learning objectives. What are the students expected to gain from the course? What are the students expecting to gain from the course? So
Yes,
what
sir.
do we expect from them and what do they expect from the course?
Yes, sir.
Evaluate which learning outcome, which learning objectives matter more. So which learning objectives will be more important? You have, as Dr. Reddy said, you have to develop their speaking skills, speaking skills, vocabulary. So how much, which one is more important? Writing skill. If speaking skills are more important, then we have to invest more on that, and also give priority for evaluation to that. We have to give more priority. Then it will have a major component, major share of marks also in evaluation. Otherwise, it will be, it will have a small share. Consider implementing innovations initially on a small scale. So if you want to adopt alternative form of assessment, it can be done or initiated in a small scale. We should experiment in a small scale because we have our constraints. For example, in the university setup, you have the sessional exams, sessional tests or internal tests, and you have the final test. Final test is according to university rule for certain percent. You have to follow that. You cannot change that. As teachers, you cannot change. But you have some freedom in case of internal assessment. So in that internal assessment, you can bring about some changes, some innovation. Okay, so we are free to do that. Major things we cannot intrude. We cannot, that will be break up rules. All right. So, yeah, evaluating learning objectives. So which learning objectives are important? For example, we have skills, analytical skills, oral or written communication skills, IT skills, interpersonal skills, then research skills. There are research skills, organization skills like deadlines, materials, and so on. All these are necessary. For example, I'll go from the last one, organizational skill. Students will be waiting for the last date to submit their assignment. They won't submit before that. So that is not proper organization. We have to teach them, we have to train them that before the last date, before the deadline, they should submit, they should prepare. So to do that, what should we do? From the beginning, we have to monitor their progress. So you gave a topic for research or project, then you tell them, okay, you are going to start. Then after 1 week, you monitor how much you have worked individually. They have to tell their progress. If we go on monitoring after 1 week, 15 days like that, they will be making progress and they will submit before time. Otherwise, they will start the work on the previous night. So these things are important. Then interpersonal skills, research skills, how to look for materials, how to use them, how to follow APA style or MLA style. All these things should be taught to them. Interpersonal skills, how in group discussions, in projects, how they cooperate. Nowadays, we talk about collaborative learning and all that. Then IT skills are important nowadays because students need to learn. They need to surf materials from journals and other sources. So they are to be trained. They are to be taught all these. So oral and written communication skills, we need not explain that. We know everything about it. Then analytical skills. Nowadays, we talk about critical thinking and analytical skill, reading a text, or in a given situation, how to analyze things. All these things are usually not tested. They are not taught. And now we need to teach them. And if we teach them, they should be tested, they should be assessed. So in tradition, now let us look at the traditional approach. In traditional approach, we have some strengths. Traditional approach has some strength, like it is easy to score. At the end of the year, you have the exam, and you just read a few or prepare a few questions. And then among those questions, there will be selection, and students read for a few days before the exam, and they pass the exam, and after the exam, they forget everything, whatever they have read. So it is easy to score, it is easy to prepare, and for the administrators also it is easy to administer, because one question paper will be circulated among all colleges, and answer scripts will be collected, and there'll be spot evaluation and all that, and results will be given. So it is easy. But in semester system, you have in projects and all, you have to monitor the progress, you have to give different topics, you have to check the students, how they are progressing, all that. So in traditional system, you have we usually test content knowledge of students. Then weakness, it has many drawbacks also. Everything is uniform and standardized. In a university system, traditional system, what happens? Even if there are some problems at the local level, some college has some issues, like teachers are transferred, courses are not completed. Even then, the students have to write their exams. So local issues are not given importance, are not taken care of. Question, duration of test, time of the year, when it will be conducted, and all local issues are not taken into consideration. So there is a disconnect between what has been taught and what has been tested. So we don't know it because it is centrally administered. And some skills like critical thinking, presentation skills, oral skills, interpersonal skills, research skills, all these are not tested. Then if we look at summative and formative assessment, the purpose of summative assessment is to pass or fail the student. Summative, at the end, you have the test. And grade and rank a student to allow progress for further study. If the student is good, has passed the exam, they can go for further study, or they can also go for work. That is the determining factor. But formative assessment is a continuous process to provide feedback to students throughout, to motivate students, to diagnose students' strengths and weaknesses. You tell them that these are the good things in you, and these are the things you need to improve. Okay, so it is possible through formative assessment to help students develop self-awareness. So they know about themselves, they develop self-awareness. And we come to know whether our learning objectives are fulfilled or not, whether their communication skills are developing or they are developed or not. So now we'll look at alternative form of assessment. Can I take 5 minutes more, if it is okay? It is 15 past 11. We started late. So can I take 5 more minutes or you have another session? Something.
That's fine. That's fine, sir. You can go ahead.
Acha. Okay. Thank you. So reasons for alternative form of assessment. Necessity to test students' skills that they need in their real life situation. Because in traditional system of assessment, we are only testing them partially. Their writing skill is tested. And there are other skills that should be included in the assessment pattern because those skills are important in their real life situation. So those things should be tested. That is why alternative form
Anand
of
Mahanand, sir.
yeah.
Sorry to disturb you, sir.
Yeah,
Your session is till 11:45, sir. So you have 30 minutes left.
Okay, good. That's
30 minutes
nice
left.
to hear.
So you can also attempt participants'
Yeah.
questions. Sir.
Questions and very good. I'm happy. Otherwise I was rushing through. Yeah. The teaching strategies have changed because now the teaching strategies have also changed. Earlier, we used to have lecture method, chalk and talk method only. Now we have blended learning, we have group discussion, you have projects, lot of things, lot of innovations have come into education. And because of that, our assessment should also change. Assessment procedures should also change. New developments like critical thinking, reflective practices, incidental learning, learning from experience, learning from some incident, something happened and the student narrates that and there is a lesson for life. So personalized learning, all these things are means taking place. These are new developments. And that is why alternative form of assessment is necessary. And also our new education policy has urged us to go for a change in assessment procedure, assessment system. All right. So because of all these reasons, alternative form of assessment is required, it's needed. So what are the alternative forms of assessment? These are some of them are proposed by Nigel Miller. We'll look at them. So group assessment. Group assessment, you assign students an assignment that to write and present in the class. And they, for example, each group has 4 students. Each member of the group will be contributing, will be taking one part. And together they'll be completing a project. And the group will be assessed based on their contribution and performance as a whole, as a group. Then students can also assess themselves. Individual assessment is possible. We give them some criteria. Based on that criteria, they will be able to assess themselves. Then peer assessment. Peer assessment is peer means friends. So the classmates, one classmate can assess the other classmate can assess the other person, like that. On-scene examination, you give them some on-scene test and they can take that test. Then you have oral examinations. Oral examination means like Vaivavasi. Some students do project and that is possible individually or group wise also. And you ask them question. So even if they, by asking question, through this oral examination, you'll be able to find out whether the student has really worked, their perspectives and all those things. Even we can check plagiarism also through oral examination. It is written by the student only and not by anybody else. How much work has gone into it and all we'll know. Then presentations. Presentations are important nowadays because if we assign them,
Sir Anand Mahanand, sir.
yeah, please.
So if you please permit me, I would like to ask a question or clarify my doubt, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, actually, I was one of your students in 2015 in EFLU PGDT, sir.
Okay.
So when,
Nice,
when we
nice.
when we were learning English for specific purposes and as well as teaching English by using different methods and all.
Right.
So those were taught to us to implement if things are in offline.
Yes.
So since this pandemic,
Huh.
the task for all these teachers have changed, and
Right.
we are changing everything to online. So okay, and now and then we are making things happen to give information online. But when it comes to conducting examination and assessing students' capacities and capabilities,
Yeah.
so how would these things really possible to assess students, sir? Let's say presentation skills.
Yeah.
So being communicators, to check students' communication skills, the major part checked is non-verbal communication students. So when it is online, students are turning off their camera and giving. So in this case, how to tackle if things go on online, how to assess students' capacities and capabilities?
Yeah, presentation is possible through online also. You assign some assignment to them or a project to them, and they will make presentation online. The class will be, I've been doing this actually. Earlier that was done face-to-face mode. Now they are making presentations, sitting on the side, and teacher ask question. Other students do ask question. Possible. It is only possible online also. We'll discuss some more things, then maybe things will be clearer. Then literature review, we give them an article, a book or a film, and ask them to review. So they will come up with their ideas, their perspectives and opinions. Some more points are there. Yeah, interviews. Online interviews are possible through online. Performance tasks, drawing pictures or telephone conversation and so on. Good that he asked about ESP. I've been teaching that performance tasks. For example, we are teaching a group of engineers or students who will be becoming engineers or managers. So you give them a role play kind of situation. You give them inputs. How will a salesperson, sales executive talk to the client? So give them inputs and they will act in the class. They will perform that task. How will the receptionist communicate with the caller or clients? Then portfolio is another form of alternative assessment. Portfolio is like a folder or a diary, but this diary or this folder has to be shared by the student with the teacher. The student will write down what he or she has learned, what are the new points and all that, and what are the things to be learned and progress and all that. And he or she will be sharing it to the teacher. Okay. So what has he learned? What is his ideas or her ideas? All these things should be progress should be shared with the teacher. Teacher will look at that and also note the progress. So that is like a journal or a diary. But then teacher will also give some more assignments like that. So it is like a folder or a file or a diary, but that is shared, with the teacher. Then journals, the student can write his or her diary, journal, and making progress, taking notes, and what new things have been learned and all those things. Then rubrics. Rubrics is another form of assessment, another idea. Here what happens, you have a set of criteria. The teacher and the students will come to a general understanding. So let us have these criteria. Suppose you write an essay or a project, and I will evaluate you based on the language, content, vocabulary, and say, I will give you 5 marks for this, 10 marks for this, 5 marks for this, and all. So they agree on the criteria, and based on that, evaluation will be done. Marks will be awarded. Like then quizzes. Quizzes are common nowadays. You have Google form, and quizzes are very easy to conduct. We have been conducting quizzes among students. Then Helen Coleman has proposed 9 types of online assessment, and some of these could be adopted by us also. Online quizzes are possible, open-ended and essay type questions could be also given. Then drag and drop activities. I'll show you an example that with animation it is possible. I will show you an example. Next slide has that activity. Online interviews, we just discussed that. Then dialogue simulations, role play. As I was telling you about the role play, we give them inputs how a manager talks to his employees or her employees, or there is a house owner, and somebody wants to be a tenant, somebody is seeking for a house, how will they convert? All that, give them input, they will convert. Then game type activities. Game, giving them situations and asking them to perform. And peer evaluation and review. Then forum posts. There is one thing this particular thing is covering. Covering that. That was poll. Quiz poll. I think it is written quiz poll, no? 6. What is 6? Can you tell me? Quiz poll is like taking opinion, majority opinion. For example, what is the capital of Australia? So you ask the students, and they have to, and you have the option there. So Shanghai, this and that, Canberra, and all that. So they will give votes. So let's say for Canberra, out of 30 students, 20 have given. So the graph will rise for Canberra. You have options, and for Canberra, the graph will rise. So like that. It's a game activity. Forum posts are like Facebook. On Facebook, you have a situation, you have a statement, and people give their opinions like that. So those that is also called blackboard or writing board. that is possible. So students have their write-up, their impressions, their perspectives, and everybody looks at that. Everybody can see that. Teacher can also see and evaluate. Yeah, the drag and drop activity, for example, this one, you have tragedy, comedy, and tragicomedy. So this side you have all the plays of Shakespeare, and you have to group them, drag and put them in groups. Under tragedy, what will come? Under comedy, what are the things, what are the plays that would come? So you just drag it. If it is animated, it is possible to drag like that. So advantages of alternative form of assessment is they are innovative, they are creative for teachers and for students also. And all aspects are tested. We should not test only the writing skills of students. If you give 3 hours and ask them to write for 3 hours, and what we are testing is their writing skill only. So here, reading project, group activities, group skills, computer skill, research skills, all skills are tested. Learners are involved in the decision-making process. They decide together, they contribute together, and there is cooperativeness, there is learning. A lot of life skills are also developed there. And it is a continuous learning process, not that at the end of the year there will be assessment and learning, but throughout the year, learning is taking place. And there is scope for creativity for teachers as well as students. But the disadvantage is that it is time taking. It is time taking. We have to invest a lot of time as teachers. It means more work, and some of the things may not be feasible for the larger classes. But there are alternatives. There are ways of involving students. Group activities, for example, if you have 50 students, you divide them into groups and give them assignments in groups, and it is easy to monitor them. Monitor each group. So is it feasible for you to have alternative assessment in your institution? What form of alternative assessment would you like to adopt? These are the two questions. Just I need your feedback or response. Or if you have any other questions also, you can ask me. I'll be happy to respond to them.
Participants are requested to unmute from their side and ask any questions. And also chat box is open. You can post your questions in the chat box.
Yeah, that was online poll. Thank you for something was covering that. I could not see the line, but that was online poll. So online poll means giving options like multiple choice questions, and students will vote for each point, each question, each alternative. Then the right answer will be shown as majority, shown as rising graph, like that.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, I'm also one of the students of your PGDG course. I'm
nice.
Shobha Rani.
Yes, yeah, I remember.
Thank you, sir. I met you several times when I come to IFLO library during my research as well.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my question is, how can I test a subjective examination in an online mode, sir?
Subjective knowledge.
Subjective knowledge. because the experience I have is however we made them a video on, and the atmosphere is visible, the seating atmosphere is visible, everything, but still students are very smart and they are attempting to copying. So how can I take that and
Yeah,
prevent that?
yeah. Actually, to prevent copying and things like that, what we can do, we assign different parts. Suppose there is a group. All right, there are 4 people.
Mhm.
So each member is given one part to contribute.
Sorry, sir, I could not get your statement, sir.
Yeah, let's say there are 4 members in a group. All
Okay.
right.
Okay.
You are asking them to write a story. Together they will write a story or in one act play. All right.
Mhm.
So one person will let's say one person will provide the plot. Another person will provide the language. Another person will provide the style. All right. So if each person is assigned of a work, then you can assess that. All right.
Sure.
Then there'll be no scope for copying.
I have to change my question paper pattern to be customized to the students.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I am really skeptical of a practical possibility of this one, sir, because we have a class of 65 students, and I don't know how much is it possible to supply a different question papers to individual students. That I think that's another
No,
challenge.
yeah, see, we also had 50 students in one of our courses. All right. So what we did, like it was easy for us. That's why I'm telling. Let's say you had practice teaching. No, I'll give another example. So so for practice teaching, there were many groups, and in each group there were 4 students. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So one topic is taken by one group, and each student will be dealing with different skills. Somebody is doing speaking skills, somebody is doing reading, somebody is doing writing skills, and so on. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So they will contribute their part. There is no scope for copying. Because if you have to teach reading skill, what will you copy? You have to devise some new method, new material, and things like that. You have to improve it. There will be hardly any scope for copying. All right, you have to contribute a new thing. All right, so let's say as a teacher, you monitor the work of each group and each member. Then to that group, you assign a grade. All right, so done. So for if there are 50 students or 60 students, there'll be 12 groups. So 12, it is easy to mark 12 groups, assess 12 groups. No?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
but,
group is a group testing to be done.
Yeah, yeah. One of the possibilities. There could be other
Right.
things also. Then this Google form that we just know,
Huh.
immediately you can mark them. You get
Yes.
them. Yeah. That is also another form of testing them. Quizzes. Google form. Yeah, it's very easy. So there are ways. There are ways to devise new ways. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, this is Srinivas Reddy, sir, from
Yeah. Yes, sir.
KPRIT Engineering College.
Uh-huh.
Actually, I belong to the batch of CFL 99 2000, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's the year when I joined.
Yeah, actually, Pramod Talgeri was the vice chancellor at the time.
Yeah. Good.
Actually,
Very
thank you,
nice.
sir. Thank you very much interacting with us.
Yeah.
So you have focused almost all the corners, all the points, all LSRW skills and evaluation process, summative
Yes.
and formative, continuous evaluation process, sir. So
Hmm.
actually, the problem is affordability is very important, sir. Nowadays, virtual learning and teaching, with the advent of new technology, digital technology, procurement of digital technology has become a very uphill task, sir.
Yeah.
For especially for rural students, rural mass particularly, with reference to rural mass, rural children. So how
Yes.
can we go ahead, sir, with this problem?
Actually, mobile. If somebody has a mobile phone,
Yeah.
Most of the things will be accessible, and most of our students have a mobile phone nowadays.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and the institution also should do something about it. There are ways of providing them mobile phones. Some institutions, what they do, they collect old mobiles and they get them repaired and distribute among students. Things like that. Something should be done. But I assume that most of our students, even the Delhi, not only students, but Delhi with unders, also has a mobile phone, smartphone.
Sir, actually here, I would like to add something here.
Yeah.
Not only the problem with gadgets, sir, the problem with network too.
Yeah,
so especially it is an effect to the people who study from the rural background, since it is online and work from home and work from study from home.
Yeah.
So network is a big problem. So what happens, sir?
There are problems like that. There are issues like that. But as teachers, we have to be considerate. We have to be accommodative. For example, last year, when this pandemic was there and very serious, one student said, sir, I cannot take any, I cannot use, I don't have laptop, I cannot take a printout. He was at home that time. Then I said, you just write on a paper, take a photo and send me. Hard copy, scanned copy. I mean, take a photo on your mobile and send it. And I looked at the hard copy that he had sent. So such consideration should be there. Some flexibility should be there. But all said and done, rural students, poor students are going to suffer under this. I agree with you.
So the household remedy would be, so the household remedy would be, there some sort of software should be designed where it takes less bandwidth, or even the software or the particular app or the website works with low signals, with low network. So kind of technology advancement should come, since things change to online.
Yeah, all of should think about this. All administrators, teachers, parents should think about all these issues, and we have to devise ways. And also, we should not become slave to technology, but we should go for blended learning. Some part of technology, some part of other things we have to have. Otherwise, it will be very disadvantageous for some sections of our society. I agree with you, but there is no other way.
Yes, sir, precisely.
Sir, actually, we are afraid of the digital evolution, sir, whether it turns to be a revolution in the future instead of evolution.
No, it will have some adverse effect on students and some sections of society. But let us see, with the changing times, we have to change and see, we are helpless in some cases. So the takeaway is identify the learning objectives, evaluate and observe the learning objectives, consider implementing innovations initially on a small scale, diversify assessment procedures, then combine formative and summative assessment, blended learning assessment for blended learning. As we discussed this point, technology is a journey, not the destination. So we should not be fully dependent on technology, but slowly we should move, and we have to consider all the facilities and accessibility factor also. So
The problem is grassroots levels are actually, we have 65 to 70% population under that.
Yes.
The grassroots level, this technology should be reached to the grassroots level. That is the problem, sir. Major obstacle. That is not reaching out to the grassroots level.
Yeah, but I think we'll overcome this situation. The pandemic is going to be over very soon, and we'll get back our students. And in a judicious way, we can use technology that time. So it will not be totally technology-based teaching, I think. That is the good news, I suppose.
Actually, the real charishma, charm of the teaching is diminishing, sir, day by day.
Yeah, but new things are coming up, new developments are taking place in education. For example, this animation, this digital technology has helped us a great deal. Earlier, let's take an example. The functions of heart or inner part of our body, how they function. Earlier, we used to just draw pictures and we were showing. Now you can show animation, you can show the pictures as they really function. All right, heart, how blood circulation and all that. Remember, we used to draw pictures only in physiology class. Now you can just show that. Then let's say manuscripts of our poets and all were not accessible earlier. Now you get everything. So there are certain things. Because if you visited library, they won't show you the manuscript because they are in a tattered form. They will be spoiled. So the librarian will not allow you to touch that. Now sitting here, we can access the handwritten letters of Wordsworth, Coleridge, and all those things. But the problem, the question is valid. I agree with you. There is no answer to it. So it is time. Shall we wind up then? Thank you very much. It was nice talking to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for the detailed information that was provided to all the participants on an alternative approach to assessment. Also, what we noticed was we were taught how to tackle a novel approach to assessment, especially in the pandemic times, and how to deal with students in the online mode. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Dr. R. Sucharan Reddy, sir, to please take over, which is to be followed by paper presentations. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Dr. Sucharan, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning to one and all. Yeah. Next, we have paper presentations from 11:50 to 1:50. Okay. So I'll read out the list straight away. I'll read out the list. So yeah, these are the paper presentations under Series A. So I've categorized two series, that's Series A and Series B. So Series A, Dr. A.V. Bharati, P. Mercy Kavita and Y. Anil, Dr. K. Lakshmi Kanti, Dr. Mr. D. Mallesham and Dr. Neela Panda, Miss T. Srivani and Dr. Mutyala Suresh, Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna, Miss Mr. Gampala Sunil and Dr. B. Nagamani, Dr. A. Pradeep Kumar, Dr. M. Srinivas Rao, Dr. D. Indra, Dr. Sandra, Carmel Sophia and K. Durga Rao, Dr. Pratima Chavan, Miss C. Divya Sri and Dr. S. Rajarajan, Mr. Ajit Kumar De, Miss Eva Raji, Mr. E.G. Jitin Jenner and Dr. A. Noble Jabekar, Miss S. Sri Shekuntala and Dr. Sarakanan Srinivas, and finalist Dr. Ruth Z. Ozil. So these are the Series A presenters, right? So once again, I repeat, Dr. A.V. Bharati, P. Mercy Kavita and Y. Anil, Dr. K. Lakshmi Kanti, Mr. D. Mallesham and Dr. Neela Panda, Miss T. Srivani and Dr. Mutyala Suresh, Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna, Mr. Gampala Sunil and Dr. B. Nagamani, Dr. A. Pradeep Kumar, Dr. M. Srinivas Rao, Dr. D. Indra, Miss Pratima Chavan, Dr. Sandra Carmel Sophia and K. Durga Rao, Miss C. Divya Sri and Dr. S. Rajarajan, Mr. Ajit Kumar De, Miss Eva Raji, Mr. E.G. Jitin Jenner and Dr. A. Noble Jabekar, Miss S. Sri Shekuntala and Dr. Sarakanan Srinivas, Dr. Ruth J. Ozil. So these are the 18 presenters who will be under Series A. Okay, and the chairperson for Series A, Dr. Krishna Chaitanya from MGIT, and Dr. Mr. Michael Raj from SRMI Institute of Technology. So they'll be chairing the sessions from 11:50 to 1:50, right? Yeah. So please join the link. So you can join that link, and B, I'm going to read out the B list. That's a B participants. So the links are different. So you need to check what the mail I send you yesterday. Please join according to that. So yesterday I send you, the links already, paper presenters link. If yours is in A, then you join in A. If yours is in B, you join in B. Right. So if anything is there, if you find any problem, just text me, or else you call me. I'll attend your call. But all will be given a chance to present. And one more point before I read out the B list is, last minute I got a lot of papers on 9th and 10th. So I accommodated all the papers. Even 10th midnight I got papers. I accommodate everyone. I didn't discourage or so that nobody gets hurt, that I didn't get a chance presenting. So every participant, like yesterday we could almost do 35 papers. So today I think the huge list is almost 44 or 45. So what I do is I'll reduce the time a bit, because I promised, yes, 10 minutes, but I'll reduce it to 5 minutes because of the time constraint and also the what you call it, lot of participants. So actually I put last date 2nd. So even though I accepted because of the COVID and other situations on humanitarian ground, okay. So what we do is, let us let us motivate each other, and let us give everybody a chance. Okay. So I'll just reduce the time, maybe 5 to 6 minutes. That's what. But one thing is assured is, the best paper will definitely be awarded. It will be recognized. That I'll definitely make it sure. Whether time is reduced, even though time is reduced, yesterday they might have got around 9 minutes, maybe that's yesterday. But don't think that, sir, 10 minutes they got. So not like that. So the chairing session, the chairpersons will do it judiciously and impartial way of. I already gave them instructions, so you need not worry from your end. Okay, yeah. So mainly we are looking at the innovative practices. So yesterday we could pick one paper, I think innovative practices. So we are looking at the innovative practices in methodology and how you are using in technology. Okay, yeah. So I read out the B list. B list, Miss Divyasri and Dr. S. Rajaraman, Mr. R. Shanmuga Sundaram and Dr. A. Noble Jabakar, Dr. A.V. Raghuram, Dr. Suchi Sharma, Dr. Kusum, Miss Kavya Lahari, Mr. Venkana, Dr. B. Nagamani and Nagamani, Miss B. Sheila Rani Simon, Dr. S. Rajeshwari, Mr. N. Srinivas Chakravarti, Dr. G. Meena, Dr. S. Amani Reddy and Dr. A. Shobha Rani, Miss Jayashree Tripura and Dr. Gyanavati Kuria, Dr. A. Shobha Rani and Mr. Sukanta Ghosh, Ms. Shaileja Ishwara, Dr. P.M. Rekha, Ms. Sarita Samuel and Dr. Sarakanam Srinivas, Mr. Y. Srinivas Reddy, Mr. Karnakar Balakrishnan. So these are the papers which I received till 10th night, midnight. Okay. So once again, I repeat the B series, Ms. Divyasri and Dr. S. Raman, Mr. R. Shanmuga Sundaram and Dr. A. Noble Javakar, Dr. A.V. Raghuram, Dr. Suchi Sharma, Dr. Kusum, Ms. Kavya Lahari, Mr. Venkana, and Dr. B. Nagamani, Ms. B. Sheila Rani Simon, Dr. S. Rajeshwari, Mr. N. Srinivas Chakravarti, Dr. G. Meena, Dr. S. Amani Reddy, and Dr. A. Shobha Rani, Ms. Jayashree Tripura, and Dr. G. Kuria, Dr. A. Shobha Rani, and Mr. Sukanta Ghosh. Join Yeah. Okay, right. Is it audible, sir? Is it audible? Yeah. So yeah, yes, okay. Now what I do is
Hello, and welcome again to the session. We're going to start off with the paper presentation session, and Dr. Krishna Chaitanya is going to chair the session for the presentations that are going to follow. Dr. Krishna Chaitanya E is an assistant professor. Hope I'm audible. Dr. Krishna Chaitanya E is an assistant professor of English in the Department of Mathematics and Humanities in MGIT, Hyderabad, a PhD and MPhil in ELT from Osmania University, Hyderabad. He received PGCT and PGDT in ELT from the EFL University, Hyderabad. He teaches English and communication skills to engineering students. He has 16 years of teaching experience in India and the Gulf region. He is a certified examiner from Airport Authority of India, Cambridge, English and British Council. In addition to this, he is also a peer reviewer for Research Information and Management System, RIMS Oman. He has conducted workshops and training programs for teachers and students in India and Saudi Arabia. He has presented and published papers in the field of English for specific purposes, continuous professional development of teachers, collaborative action research, technology-assisted language teaching, and learning in flipped classroom pedagogy. Over to you, Dr. Krishna Chaitanya, sir. Welcome for the chairing session.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your brief introduction. Well, on the behalf of the team GRIET English Conference, I'd like to welcome all the paper presenters for today's session. So we will begin with the first presenter. In fact, the rules of paper presentation have already been explained in the morning regarding the time and the Q&A session. So I request everyone to keep those things in mind. Because of time constraints, we won't be giving more time that we've given the other day. So with these brief words, I'd like to welcome the participants and presenters to start their session. So we will welcome the first presenter to begin the presentation. Thank you.
The list of presenters is going to be the A team, and I'm going to read out the name of the first participant. Well, each participant gets not more than between 5 to 10 minutes. Kindly restrict yourself to the time frame. The first participant is Dr. A.V. Bharati. Dr. A.V. Bharati, you can start your presentation, ma'am. Dr. A.V. Bharati, if you're there in the meet, you may start your presentation, ma'am. Well, we can make sure that Dr. A.V. Bharati joins us later. I don't think she's able to reach us. The next in the order is P. Mercy Kavita and Y. Anil. You can go ahead, ma'am. Ms. P. Mercy Kavita and Y. Anil. Ma'am, if you can hear me, you can start your presentation. P. Mercy Kavita and Y. Anil. Well, I don't think we're getting a response. The next in the list is for the A batch, Dr. K. Lakshmi Kanti. Kanti ma'am, if you're there in the meet, you can start your presentation. Dr. K. Lakshmi Kanti ma'am, you can start your presentation. Right. I think we'll have to let the proceedings keep moving. So I'll call for the next participant, Mr. D. Mallesham and Dr. Neela Panda. Sir, if you're there in the meet, you can start your presentation. Mr. D. Mallesham and Dr. Neela Panda. Right. Next, Ms. T. Srivani and Dr. Mutyala Suresh. Sir, Mallesham sir, am I audible? You can carry on with your presentation, sir.
Okay, Nisha.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, okay. Yes. Good morning, madam. Hello. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, you're audible, sir. Please continue.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. 1 second, madam. I would like to open my presentation. This is Mallesham, madam, from KL University. My topic is relevance to the language in the employability skills. So the window. Good morning, madam. Once it is booting, madam. Relevance of language employability skills. The aim of the topic is objectives of the topic to make seekers foothold in the areas and to make people employable skills and to know the essence of English language for employability. These are the objectives, madam, in my topic. And I would like to divide the topic into 4 sessions. That the one is communication and language competency, language learning, employability skills. Am I audible, madam? Yes? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir, you're
Yes,
audible.
you're audible.
Yes,
Please continue, sir.
Yeah. Introduction. Language is a medium of communication. The language communication means sharing information or exchanging information from one person to another person. So communication is derived from the Latin word that is communicate, means to share the information. And it is a two-way process which aim at passing or receiving a particular information, knowledge or fact. Process of communication. So sender encoding a message and decoding a receiver and gives a response to the feedback to the sender. So our sender sends the information according to his ideas and he encodes the information in a proper language. There's a medium plays a vital role in the communication. When the receiver receives the information according to his knowledge and he decodes the information according to his convenient, he can give the response. If the response goes to the sender, then only the communication is successfully complete. Next one, importance of communication. The importance of communication gives us to build the reliability and trust, and good communication skills helps the people in the listening and nonverbal communication and stress management and emotional awareness. So it gives has good results in the employment, and the people, those who are communicating with the people, they can also build a trust with the people, and it also develop the respect in the part of the organization or somewhere. Next, communication, English as an indispensable workplace tool. So it is very essential, those who are working in a different area. So without a language, we can't express anything with our colleagues or anywhere. It plays a vital role. English is a primary prerequisite source for employment. So nowadays, English has global language. Then we have to express our needs, our emotions, anything through the language only. That's why we are giving priority to the English language in the employment. Next slide. And it helps to teamwork, which in turn increase the productivity and responsibility. And it brings people together and closer to each other. So while you are communicating with the people, when you are working in the team, then you can easily understand whether they are coming, which background and which discipline they're coming, and we have to complete the work in a proper way with the use of the language only. Then it gives the good productivity in the organization or anywhere. And it shows,
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry to
Your
disturb you.
slide.
Yes,
Very
sir.
sorry to disturb you, sir. Are you playing PPT, sir?
Yeah, PPT, sorry, sir.
The PPT is not visible.
Not?
So it's not visible, sir. Do
Not
one thing,
visible.
sir. Stop
Yes.
sharing. Stop
Yes.
sharing now.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Now start sharing. Share the screen, sir.
Yeah, scan the screen. Next
Then you
time,
can share your PPT from there.
PPT. Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir, now?
Yes, sir. Now you're
Yeah.
completely visible. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So English as an indispensable workplace tool. So here we are discussing it as a tool because wherever the people are working in a particular organization, it gives a key role, and it also helps as a tool because the people are working in a various countries nowadays. It is because those are people working in MNC companies, they have to know the English language especially. Otherwise, they can't survive in their organizations. And next one, English is the primary prerequisite source for employment. So because in MNC companies, those who are going to attend the interviews, they prefer whether you have the good communication skills or not, whether you have the command over the language or not. We need English language. People are asking. So why? Because it is a global language nowadays. So that's why the people are giving prerequisite as a primary aspect or primary source to the employment. Next. Importance of language competence. So the National Skills Qualifications Framework defines competence as the proven ability to use acquired knowledge and skills and personal and social abilities in discharge of the responsibility roles. And it is the ability to do a job well. So when you get the competence level in the language, then you can do everything in the organizations as well as in the society. We can easily communicate with the people, whether you have known about the language competence, that is speaking and listening, reading, writing skills. And these are the 4 skills that are giving and providing a platform for the learners to polish their proficiency in the English language. Competence in English is a great demand today in the world of the work, and performance in English is considered as a recruitment criteria by many employers in public and private sectors. So language learning. There are 4 major skills of language learning that are listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And they provide a platform for the learners to polish their proficiency in the English language. And employability skills. It is a fact that communication skills played a vital role in the list of the employability parameters, although other skills like interpersonal and intrapersonal skills have become a significant role. So there are time management, positive attitude, responsibility, ethics, and integrity and values, and self-confidence and courage and consistency.
Sir, sorry to interrupt
language,
you.
yes, I would like
Kindly
to
restrict yourself to 5 minutes, sir.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah, this is a conclusion.
Yeah, could you please wind it up, sir? Thank you.
Yes, sir. English language has become a global language, and English proficiency is a key factor for the employment success and advancement. Starting from criteria, academia to industry, the necessity of English is inevitable. And in the foreign commercial sphere, English has become a lingua franca in the corporate world, irrespective of geographical, social, or political, or religious differences. This will ultimately benefit all the stakeholders, industry, government, and economy by increasing the productivity and resulting in the nation. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you,
Yes.
Mr. T. Malaysian,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for giving
That's,
this
informative.
opportunity. Yes, sir. Yes.
Well, that's an informative presentation. May I know any participants would like to ask a question? Because of time limitations, we are allowing this one question.
Yes, Chaitanya sir, ask me, sir.
Well, okay. So what kind of bridge course you can plan to bridge gap between industry as well as academy?
So what are the gaps, sir? We have to build the gaps.
Yeah, how would you like to bridge the gap between academia and industry? Especially
So
into
here, yeah, in the academia and industry, academic curriculum will be there, sir, and industrial works needs are different. So based on the market, we have to teach the students what are the skills they need for getting the employability. So just like a group discussion, we have to conduct the group discussion to peer groups and role plays and interviews and debates to the students, and to can easily attend the interviews on these.
Thank you, Malaysian, so that will do. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Thank
We
you
will
very much,
continue
sir.
with the next presenter.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for giving opportunity. Thank you, sir.
May I call upon Ms. T. Srivani and Dr. Tiala Suresh to continue that presentation? Malaysian, sir, you can
Yes,
stop
sir.
sharing screen. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
May I know whether we have participants, Ms. T. Srivani and Dr. Tiala Suresh?
Ms. Srivani is there in the meet, and I have given her co-host. She can start.
Thank you.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. I was just trying to, that was not allowed. Sir, I would like to share my PPT. I hope my screen is visible to all of you, sir.
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir. So, sir, thank you so much for this opportunity to present my paper. Yeah, my name is Srivani. I'm a lecturer, Department of English and Sentence College for Women, Mehdipatnam. Chaitanya sir, thank you, sir. I was had the opportunity to speak to you on a phone some time ago. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to meet you and present my paper on this platform. My title of the paper is Need for a New English Teaching Methods in Industry 4.0 for Industry. Education 4.0 for Industry 4.0, an analysis study. So mainly in this paper, I'm going to discuss 2 points. The first one is on a previous industrial revolution and their impact on education and English language. Secondly, the understanding of the need for the new approaches and methods in teaching English. So the role of English language in globalization and industrial revolution. Firstly, if we can see Industry 1, which is called as the first industrial revolution, this has, during this time, the move from agriculture to handicraft, agriculture and handicraft to industry, mission and manufacturing and factory systems. This was referred as the first industrial revolution and also known as Industry 1.0. Stern in 2018 quoted that the process began in Britain in 18th century. These three significant developments that were taken place in Industry 1. The first one is invention of machine to replace hand tools. The second one is widespread of use of steam and later other energy sources. The third one is establishment of factories. Coming to education revolution during this time, there was a significant change in
Srivani ma'am, very sorry to disturb your presentation.
Yes,
no, we don't know whether you're trying to change the slides. You're still stuck in the first slide.
Yes, sir. I haven't finished presenting about education industrial first industrial revolution, sir. Yes, sir. I'm aware of it, sir. Would that be fine, sir? Yeah, I know the time is very short, so I'm trying to bring few points and then go back to the next slide, sir. So during this first industrial revolution, the expansion of public education and industrial revolution went hand in hand. That was a tremendous impact on education during this time. And coming to English language, historical evidence demonstrated that technological and industrial revolution has constantly influenced English language to gain its prominence. White in 2009 stated that during this industrial revolution, the rise of British Empire in 18th and 19th century made this English language significantly expand in the world. And also we can see during this time, new vocabulary was added, and also there was a lot of research was written in English language. Coming to teaching English and learning, during this time, there was a classical method that renamed as a grammar translation method, and series method was discovered by Join, and Charles proposed direct method. Then coming to second industrial revolution, which took place between 1870 to 1914. During this time, chemicals, electronics, transport and production engineering, agriculture and food process, other manufacturing sectors have taken place. And during this time, there were establishment of new philosophical schools all over the world. And coming to English, the invention of electric telegraph and telephone influenced the growth of written and oral communication. So I'm making it short, my presentation. Coming to teaching and learning English during this time, grammar lessons were taught through the use of standard textbook. That was a new method that they were teaching grammar through the new textbook. And IPA, the International Phonetic Association, was found during this time, and enormous applied linguistics offered new concepts and techniques in the teaching of learning English language. Coming to Industrial Revolution 3, this took place somewhere around in 1950s. The invention of electronics and IT for a higher automation production. During this time, there was a this industrial revolution got a name called digital revolution. And during this time, the value of education became a gospel. So we can see a lot of changes around the world in education system. A lot of reformers and a lot of policy makers have changed the way of teaching methodologies, and a lot of work has happened during this time. Coming to English language, English became a global language, quoted by Dr. Crystal. And also there were several methodologies that were proposed during this time. Some of them are mentioned over here: audio-lingual approach, silent way, natural approach, total physical response, communicative approach, content-based instruction, task-based instruction, and so on. I took this quote from Richard Rogers' 2010 book. And what is the need during this Industry 4.0? This industry has given invention on new factories, smart factories, cyber physical system, IoT, AI, ML, AR, and VR. So due to this new inventions that have taken place, there were new job opportunities that are created by Industry 4.2. Industry 4.2 is generated demands offer new skills and competencies, whereas education and industry have a lot of gaps. So the students that are going to work in new industries definitely need this new skills and competencies. So the job seekers in Industry 4.2 demands to communicate in English along with the possessing new technologies and abilities. In hybrid work model, recruiters look for candidates who can communicate effectively within the departments as well as within the team members. So India has increasingly supply of youth, but British Council report says that they were unskilled workers. According to EF English Proficiency Index report, India was ranked 34 in 2020 and 48 in 2021. So the graph is saying that though we are teaching using lot many methods and technology, lot many techniques and approaches, but still the expectation of the industry could not meet. So I could say, I could derive out of this literature review that there is a need for new techniques and methodologies that should be invented. Coming to Education 4.2 also, there were new methodologies that were proposed. This particular points have taken from India Today desk. So they were proposing to prepare a curriculum on demand-led instead of supply-led education, competency-based instead of knowledge-based, corporate descriptive technologies and skill set, lifelong learning instead of front-loaded learning, model degree instead of one-shot go, emphasizing on EQ than IQ. If you could plan and prepare.
Srivani ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. Gentle reminder regarding time.
Yeah, I'm going to conclude with this, my last slide. So this is my last slide. So this paper has attempted to determine the need for the new English language teaching in Education 4.2 for Industry 4.2. Education institutions all over the world have a long history of adjusting to new shift and demands of the industrial revolutions. This change is permanent. And it is time to educationalists and academics and policymakers must meet needs of Education 4.2 as the new policies and demands are found in Education 4.2. English language teaching should meet the standards of Education 4.2. In turn, students should be ready for Industry 4.2. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Srivani, for your wonderful presentation on this interesting topic. In fact, throughout your presentation, you made an argument that there is necessity and need for innovative teaching methods and materials too. In fact, teaching methods are always dynamic and they change from time to time. And we could clearly listen from your perspective, and the literature review that you've drawn also stated the same point. And may I know whether any participants have a question or two to ask? Okay, I'd like to ask you, Srivani, what kind of method you found you found very highly suitable for your learners, especially plus 2 level learners?
Thank you so much, first of all, for your appreciation and for your encouragement for the talk. Sir, currently I'm looking at communicative competence as my research topic, trying to find out whether this is going to fit them into developing and meet the need of the students to meet the industry needs.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's continue with the next presenter. May I call upon Dr. to continue with the presentation. Yeah.
Sir, may I present Dr. A.V.?
Dr. A.V. Bharati. Please.
Shall I present, sir?
Please continue.
Dear participants, there is a small announcement. We request you to be online and attentive. Whenever your name is asked to present
No,
your
sir,
paper.
I was there from the very beginning.
Of course, ma'am. Bharati ma'am, you are given co-host at the time also.
Yes,
And
yes.
still you are co-host. And we were waiting for your presentation to be presented.
Okay, sir.
But you didn't put yourself forward.
Sorry.
That was the reason. So this is to be applicable to everyone, that please be attentive to present. Thank you.
Sir, she hasn't stopped her screen sharing. Hello?
Ma'am, it is yours. You are sharing the screen. It's your screen, ma'am.
Okay, just a minute, sir. Sir, is it visible?
Share it again, ma'am.
Is it visible now, sir?
It is, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chaitanya, sir, and my dear colleagues. I'm Dr. A.V. Bharati. I'm presenting my paper on influence of social media on students' communicative proficiency. Today, English is imperative, whether either for pursuing higher studies in any field or even for securing a safer career. And at the same time, on the other hand, the social media has become a very significant means of communication in this technology-driven knowledge society. So this social media has changed the people's way of thinking and methods of communication. Definitely that helps to share knowledge, and it helps and it facilitates communication in many fields. But I would like to study about its effect on student, especially nowadays students are very much habituated to participate through the social media texting, and they are doing everything instantly without thinking of the benchmarking aspects which are expected in academic writing, because as an English teacher we do care about the vocabulary, idea generation and script manipulating, spellings, grammatical aspects, capitalization, punctuation, etc. But when they chat, they forget about all these things, because without keeping any of these rules and regulations in mind, they freely text. So this type of tendency is damaging to some extent, as it is influencing their formal communication also. That's what I studied. My paper is based on a research project study. These are the questions: whether there is any influence of social media on students' social media texting on their written communicative skills, first thing. And second thing, are there any differences between the perceived efficacy about the social media influence on learners' academic performance, and whether this social media improves their communication skills or not. So these are the objectives of my study. So I am studying about the social media texting phenomenon with special reference to their communication skill enhancement and academic performance. So this is a descriptive type of survey, and I have gathered responses from 940 students enrolled in 10 different colleges located in the district of Kutch in Gujarat in 5 different disciplines. The sample included BA, BCom, BBA, BSc and BCA students. In addition to that, I have gathered teachers' impression about their students' social media texting. So I administered 2 questions separately for both teachers and students to know about their perspective in this regard. So the data analysis, the data was collected in the form of responses, and that is analyzed through descriptive statistics. And I have used chi-square to test the hypothetical statements at 0.05 level and 0.01 level of significance. First hypothesis: there is no association between gender and students' perspective of their social media texting ability. Second one, there is no association between mother tongue and students' perspective of social media texting ability. And the third one, there is no association between the medium of instruction and students' perspective of their social media texting aspects. So now this is the table I am presenting the results. So I have focused on various aspects about their skill enhancement and their habit of verifying grammatical aspects and their habit of using words carefully and adapting all mechanics of writing, and their habit of using acronyms, their habit of checking spellings, etc., etc. So there are certain aspects that I covered in my questionnaire. And the results indicated, so the chi-square, it proved that there is no association between opinion and responses of selected aspects of the social media texting phenomenon of male and female students, mother tongue of the respondents, and the medium of instruction. So from the results of the chi-square, I noticed that there is significant association between the students' responses regarding the skill enhancement through social media. In addition to that, there is significant association regarding use of acronyms. And third one, there is significant association regarding inappropriate punctuation marks. Students' general practice of using inappropriate punctuation marks, etc. So through this study, I noticed that social media texting habit is influencing.
Ma'am, may I remind you regarding the time? Thank you.
Okay, sir. Just I'm about to complete. So, yes, sir. So I found that social media, though it is helpful to facilitate educational communication, especially during this corona pandemic, if we consider about the language learning, without proper guidance, that may damage the sanctity of English language writing efficiency. That is my conclusion, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your insightful presentation about social media and communicative proficiency. And what kind of learning inputs you have received out of your research, ma'am? Can you please share with
yes, sir.
One or two.
Most of the students, they admitted that they don't care about any aspects that we focus in our academics about their writing efficiency. They ignore, and they simply, even for while drafting a job application, they are using HI. Means they are failing to discriminate between formal communication and informal communication unknowingly. So just my aim is to make them realize the difference between these two.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Thank you. And that's highly relevant to research in the current time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Chaitanya, sir, request. There are some participants joined in the middle. Those who missed it first, shall we consider them from first, sir? So let's call the list, sir.
Yes, please.
You start calling the list, sir. So if they respond, we'll go with that.
The next presenter would be P. Mercy Kavita and Y. Anil. If they are there, they can present. P. Mercy Kavita and Y. Anil. Next, we have Dr. K. Lakshmi Kanti. Lakshmi Kanti ma'am is available. She can present.
Yes, sir. Lakshmi Kanti ma'am is ready. Kindly. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, may I present now?
Yes, ma'am, we are
Please
ready. Please go ahead, Kanti ma'am. Ma'am, you can start screen sharing also, the presentation.
One minute, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're audible also. Just make your screen share. That will be enough.
I already unmuted myself.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's come. We can see that, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is my topic. Good morning, good afternoon, one and all. So I just want to introduce myself. I am Dr. Lakshmi Kanti, who is an associate professor in GRIT. My today's topic is the theme of storytelling in Geeta Harijan's course of Vasu Master. And that is only based on one story. So then why the stories are important. So for teaching and maybe teaching effectively, and maybe it can also sometimes inspire the students who are not capable of learning also. So I just started first giving a brief introduction about the importance of stories. It is actually a traditional and valuable art that is recognized around the globe. So storytelling is a very, very popular teaching technique. Something we all start doing at very young age, we do that. Even our grandparents, maybe someone who is maybe in young age will be learning, but now the present English medium teaching is also even though having some kind of rhymes, but still they include stories in their maybe teaching. It involves a two-way interaction between a storyteller and one or more listeners sometimes, because even we remember, I think our days, one grandmother will be sitting, grandfather will be sitting, 10 children will be sitting and listening. So it is not, need not be one-to-one conversation. It can be more than one people can listen to that story. But it is an art about using stories to captivate the audience or to convey something clearer to educate. So Meenakshi Mukherjee, I think the Sahitya Academy Award winner, comments, the discretional method of storytelling is perhaps the oldest device in narrative literature in India also. These are the characteristic devices of Panchatantra, the Vishnu Purana, other Sanskrit narrative treatises, and Mahabharata and Ramayana as well. So as I told already in the beginning, so it is quoted by Meenakshi Mukherjee in her book, in Five Spawn Fiction. It is published with Craft. So storytelling is a means of sharing, interpreting experiences. Stories are universal in that they can bridge cultural, linguistic, age-related divides also. It can be adaptive for all ages. It can be used as a method to teach ethics, values, cultural norms, and differences. They can function as a tool to pass our knowledge in a social context from one generation to other generation. I have made an attempt in this paper to study in detail. Because if you see here, so the storytelling, as I told you, in the ancient times has been one of the oldest modes of teaching. So maybe it can be a group, and maybe it can be two, or it can be in most of the Asian countries. So maybe we have seen the examples just I have want to show you. And what are the important elements of a good story? Because before going into the storytelling, so it can be circumstances. So what are circumstances? What are other words of social circumstances is a question. Then it is the background. So background of the person or the culture or the country, so that based on that background. And sometimes even family circumstances. Environmentally, so high class environment, low class environment, and the culture they are exposed to, and tradition and upbringing. So these are the important elements of a good story. So the story will be including all this when telling a story. So it should be including the background, the culture, the tradition, upbringing. And the story should have the character of maybe creating some curiosity. What will happen next? I don't say it should be a thriller, but it should create some kind of curiosity to know more about the story and to listen more about it. So, and we see the curiosity means maybe it can be created in any manner. As I have a small example here. Many people saw the apple fall, but Newton only asked why. So I think, so the curiosity should be announced when you are telling the story. They should maybe look for more, and they should be able to pose the questions to know more about it. Next characteristic of it, maybe we can include in the story some characters. So what kind of, it can be funny characters, it can be, I think like clowns, or it can be, I think a ferocious characters, some very arrogant people also. So it depends on the theme you select. So different characters can be included in the story. And we need to put some conversations also. So conversations maybe between two people are in a group. So with storytelling, we can put some kind of quoted dialogues or conversations also can be included. So it can be a kind of interactive story reading. And sometimes maybe if it's story is going smoothly, even in a movie also, we feel that there should be some kind of tension. And then that tension can be with some kind of maybe endeavor they'll be resolving it. Like that, the stories also may contain a kind of conflict, a dilemma, something, and a well-structured story. And at the end of the story, it should be resolved. So these are the main features. So what I thought, all the elements of a good story. So storytelling can definitely be real life experiences Indians with skillful imagination. So this is one more. It is not only imaginary things, stories. Sometimes even we can take some of the maybe incidents with the real life experiences, and we can weave maybe with our skillful imagination a beautiful story. So there will be many examples like that. It is an established fact that communication is successful with good speaking skills when it comes to stories. So even we can adopt in your English labs also, make the students tell the stories, or you can give a topic for them to weave a story. So this is a good kind of maybe tool to improve communication skill. With its varied techniques, the MALS tool enhances an individual's communication, and maybe the people who tell or listen also can be successful with good spoken skills. So storytelling or listening can definitely, I think we experimented, I think it is going to give successful, maybe the student can be very successful in speaking skills. In this light, it is established storytelling can be amazingly instrumental in bringing out the best in the person. It can electrify the ability of the learner by arousing curiosity, passion to listen more, learn more, speak well, and can also enhance communication skills, creative thinking, imaginative capacity. It is original form of teaching. It has potential nurturing, emotional intelligence, and support. So why I'm saying original form is, so the teaching actually started with the storytelling one. So it is original form of teaching and has the potential of nurturing emotional intelligence and support. The tale can expand insight into human behavior with various stories. So they'll be looking, the child is growing in the present. So to know the past, or maybe to know something, I think beyond what he is seeing, the story will be the tool which can, I think, enhance, give good insight, and maybe expand his understanding and realization. So stories is a base
Sorry
for
to interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
Could you please sum it up, ma'am? Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Could you please
Yes,
sum
sir.
it up? I had to ask you because of time constraints.
Okay, sir. There are many examples of teaching. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So here we are coming to the original. Papaya had money. Who is having the learning disability is actually come out of this kind of learning disability using the story. The main theme of the paper is storytelling is means of sharing interpretive experiences. Money is a boy who is disabled. So, and he is able to be, so as you are saying, I'll just going to the next slide. Yeah, Vasu Master actually is the person who is the protagonist of the main protagonist of the story, and Mani Papaya Head is the person who is the disabled person who was healed by the Vasu Master. Okay, Vasu Master remembers his childhood and his strict lessons, how he was able to face his childhood and all. So then maybe although his life suffers with account of tries, cures to heal, Vasu Master himself is not having a good health of the food habits and all. But here he remembering with the fondness and different types of how his school days and all, and he'll be moving into the, I think his life is little bit elaborated, but our lesson is now about how to invigorate a poor child. So I'll be going. So in this selected novel, goes to the master, spins the fables with her range of diversity, characterized human condition. So the story is here, Papaya Had Money is one of the stories written by Geeta Hariharan. It narrates a lyrical grace, study moves, reveals the depths of storytelling. No one knows the reason for disability of Money. Money is a disabled child. After changing schools for numerous times, his father gave up Money's education, came to end here when he was 8 years old. 8 years old, no one is ready to teach Money because Money is not capable of learning. Using fantasy, fable, and most of I think wonderfully imagined characters and gentle, humane, and philosophic voice of Vasu Master Geeta Hariharan creates a richly textured, complex work, eloquently explores the human condition, underlying principles of all human action to assist a slow learner to pick up his status. So melodies of Money. What are the melodies of the Money, the poor student? Money is born as a normal child. Parent did not even suspect anything wrong. But as he crawled, so he walked, talked at the right time. But later on, unnoticeably, without any apparent crisis, Money took many steps backward instead of physical growth. The difficulties of the parents when he was sent to school, physical changes like head was grown into a long ripe papaya. It made him look stupid among others. Later, he became a violent little boy and beating everyone who comes near him. So this is because of these are the problems faced by the parents. So Vasu Master, I think our parents came to the Vasu Master and he asked him whether he can do something. So what Vasu Master endeavors to rediscover the traditional teaching techniques of storytelling to activate the passive and electing people Money who lives in the neighborhood. So he started it. He attempted to revisit the past and imaginatively discover the nature of teaching learning for the people of Money who cannot or will not speak without any techniques of storytelling. So in this process of self-discovery is speeded up by the enthusiasm aroused in Money and who is exposed to Vasu Master stories. The novel moves ahead through stories that Vasu tells Money through letters and he receives from his two sons, Vishnu and Veru. And these memories of his wife Mangla. So then maybe just his life only. Money's parents approached Vasu Master and requested him to teach. The school denied him to come to school because of his arrogance and suffering he caused to others in the school. Vasu Master is a retired teacher who couldn't deny the request and he thought of altogether as a second innings. Money did not show interest in his books. With Money, everything is different. No well-known strategies seemed to apply, but within short time of 2 weeks, he started learning. Vasu Master identified the methodology of teaching to break the silence of people brick by brick, truly pragmatic healer. So what is this? So he used to start telling small story. The special story, the blue butterfly told Vasu Master is of great interest. It connects with Money and struggles to free himself from all the past endurance. His endeavor to come to an understanding of himself and all that enduring care. Teacher tries to tell him Vasu Master focus on Money's education. So he tackles the questions on Money education from all directions. He becomes more patient than he had ever been. He changes his teaching techniques, looks forward each day to see a glimmer of hope in Money's eyes for some recognition on Money's part. Gradually, he is happy to see the change in Money, who concentrates on the words of his master. So when Money learns to express through creative drawing, the master feels that this is the conclusion side. This is the last line. When Money learns to express through creative drawing, the master feels that it is the best reward. Ultimately, love, compassion, and hard work pays. Old habits and methods are revised and modified. Money fulfills Vasu life in an unusual way. Both the teacher and the student in this journey of learning give strength to each other. Just when the caterpillar of Money thought the world was ending, he turned into a butterfly. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Lakshmi ma'am, presentation was highly engaging and engrossing. I thoroughly enjoyed. In fact, I found it really difficult to interrupt you because of the kind of stories you are sharing, stories of Money and Vasu. And I feel like listening to you for a long time. But because of time constraints, we had to
Okay, sir.
end it.
I can understand. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, and as I can see from your presentation, storytelling would be a effective tool to promote things such as creativity and inquisitiveness among students and engaging them in their classroom discussions, introducing vocabulary. There are many things that we can do using stories, and really an enriching session to listen to. May I know any participants would like to interact with ma'am to ask 1 or 2 questions? Yeah. Or we will continue with the next presenter.
Sir, actually, Mercy Kavita and Y Anil, they are ready.
Yeah, we'll continue with them.
Mercy Kavita and Y Anil, over to you. Anchula, Reha, and Y Anil. You are given co-host since you messaged in the chat box. You both are given co-host. You can give presentation. If your presentation is not yet ready, we'll move on to the next presenter. Mr. Anil, you are given co-host. You can unmute from your side and start presentation. Mr. Anil, you are given host control. You are given host control. You are given co-host control. You can do from your side. Try again.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Good morning, everyone. So it should be rather good afternoon, everyone.
Before it, Kavita ma'am, hold on.
I'm sorry, we had some technical glitches here.
Yeah, we understood. Hold on a minute, sir. A minute, ma'am. Krishna, sir.
Sir, can you hear me?
Kavita ma'am, hold on line. We can completely listen. Krishna Chaitanya, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do we even consider if they don't turn on their videos? Is it even kind of considerable while giving presentation?
Yeah, that's fine. If there are technical issues, we can't help it.
Done.
We can only be considerate to their needs.
Kavita ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to share my screen. Good afternoon, everyone, by the way. I'm getting a message that the host has disabled participants' screen sharing, sir.
Ma'am, you are given co-host. You can able to share the screen.
But I'm getting that message, sir.
Ma'am, you are given. I have given co-host. Chaitanya sir, can you able to see Anchula Reha is given co-host?
Yes, sir. Anchula Reha.
You can able to share the screen, ma'am.
My screen name is Anchula Reha, yeah?
Yes, ma'am. You are actually given co-host.
I think you have facility to share the screen.
Are given co-host, ma'am.
Sorry, sir.
Madam, if you have some technical problems, shall we make it your presentation at the end?
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
You are, sir. You are audible.
I will present.
Go ahead, sir.
Is my screen visible to you, sir?
Not yet, sir.
This. Is my screen visible to you, sir?
Not yet.
Hello.
Not it, sir. We are unable to see your screen.
Yes, we can't see it. Is my screen visible to you, sir?
Yes, you're trying to share something. Or if you're trying to share the slide share or slide
No.
screening, you better go to PPT, sir. Your screen is visible.
Sir, is my screen visible to you? Yes, sir. Right. Yeah, it's, you can see your PPTs. Please tell me. Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for the technical glitches happened in college. Good afternoon. My name is Anil, and I'm happy to present a paper on owning essay writing skills, a gratifying experience, then uphill task. Right. Here it is an overview of my presentation. So the object, first I'm going to discuss the objectives of starting the essay writing training in the year 2020 in GCET and the outcomes of the training session, the next thing. And after that, the need of the change, the modus operandi. And next, the new methodology adapted. And after that, outcomes of the training. So the first I'm going to discuss the objectives of essay writing training in GCET. So the essay writing training, it's an indispensable addition to any English test at undergraduate level. And it is to lay foundation for integrated and independent writing tasks for competitive exam after graduation. And as a response, the exit reports given by companies offering placements. So the outcomes of 2021. So off-baked responses from the students, and 30% of the students performed well, and the enthusiasm was missing among the students. So we conducted this essay writing training session to the students through online mode. So these are the challenging areas: plagiarism and intra-copying. So the next, we thought that need for a change in training program. So I'm going to present the message and share this.
I hope I'm audible to everyone. So as my colleague Anil explained that a report was taken from the placement companies, we understood that students were lacking in essay writing skills, and then the management, which is the students always, it's not that we were not giving any sort of training, verbal ability training, and many other training was aspects of training were covered, but then so now we thought that last year we thought that there should be some change in the modus operandi in the way we give training to the student. So both I and Anil and one more colleague, Ms. Vanaja, who shifted to a university now. So we all felt that there should be a change in the methodology we adopted, and we based our methodology on the person who wrote an essay first, Michel de Monday, who described his work as essays and attempts to put his thoughts into writing. So that set me, Anil, and Vanaja to think about the modus operandi, and it was very imperative to make students go through the thought process first. So that was the methodology shift that we made in essay writing training in the second year of training. And the approaches, then we were thinking that how to approach in going into the details of essay writing training. An article in QCG, why essays are a bad way of teaching writing and what is a good way. We got many inputs, very valid inputs, where the writer talks about the 5 canons of traditional rhetoric, that is invention, arrangement, style, memory, and delivery. So we thought that we'll bring into our training the 5 important canons, leaving memory, because if we touch memory, then again it will go back to rote memory, which is a major hindrance for creative writing. So keeping this as a base, we went ahead with the training. The students were, were given a lot of scope to generate content, and then they were taught on the arrangement pattern and all those, the style, how the content is said, especially highlighting on customizing to the practical needs. Because the placement company that were coming up had diverse expectations from the students. So we prepared them on those lines also. And then we prepared them with how to deliver their essays through E or any other mode of delivery expectation. And the second approach that we found very interesting and we adopted was by Ray Salazar, proposed by Ray Salazar. In his article, if you teach or write 5-paragraph essays, stop it. Very clearly, Ray mentions that the 5-paragraph essay is rudimentary, unengaging, and useless. Now, on a paradoxical note, he ends his article saying that this 5-essay pattern could be an obstacle, but also a guideline for better essays. So he says that students will be able to think for themselves, and we have to tap that quality of a student. And students will create persuasive essays. They have that skill of thinking what is right, what is wrong, and all those things. So we should support them. So he very strongly advocates to stop the 5-paragraph essay and make the essays flexible. In case the placement companies ask for a specific format, then the students can be trained in that also. And we did that in Geetanjali College. Now there's an overview of the altered or change in modus operandi of the training methodology in the year 2021 by 3 of us. Learners were exposed to different types of essays. We exposed them to the 10 types of essays and then taught them the nuances of all these types of essays in a broad sense. And then we shifted our methodology from testing every day to teach day 1, test day 2. So on odd days, we trained them, and on the even days, we tested them. So on the training days, 30 minutes was spent on brainstorming, on generating thoughts itself. So it was a 1-hour training per day. So 30 solid minutes, we had all participants brainstorming, almost all of them brainstorm. And then basics of essay writing were tweaked a little bit. Like the rudiment, the traditional rhetoric pattern was tweaked. We removed memory from our training program to suit the present need and told them very clearly for some types of essays only that rote memory is required. For all others, creative output is very important. And then we did it majorly with the boring and artificial essays, like if you were a millionaire kind of essays. And we gave them practice or brainstorming sessions in real essays for real readers, because that's where the placements test them actually. And this would enable to write confidently in the resume, add in the resumes under the skills column, good at essay writing also. So that was our main focus. That's the reason we made the essay students practice in real essays, giving real-time experiences or topics or problems, and then asking them for solutions. So that was the main methodology shift and approach shift that we adopted in the college, and the results were amazing. And the outstanding.
Ma'am, gentle reminder regarding time. Already taken 8 minutes. So
Yes,
could you
ma'am.
please sum it up
Yes,
in
sir.
another minute or two?
I'm done. So the result, thank you very much, sir, for being considerate. The plagiarism was less and copying reduced, intra-copying reduced to a great extent. And then learners were more enthusiastic in answering the real essays for the real readers, and real and practical solutions evolved. And thank you for bearing with us. And sorry for the inconvenience caused.
Well, that was an interesting presentation. Congratulating both Kavita ma'am and Anil sir for your academic contribution and research output. And what were some of the challenges you faced in terms of different levels of learner groups? Like we have fast learners and slow learners. Do you find any challenge training both in one place, especially because writing is a challenging task altogether?
Yes, sir. This training was given for third year students. So by the time they come to third year, it's expected of them to more or less to be homogeneous in their responses. But as you said, there will be a heterogeneous group everywhere in every year of engineering. So we train these students, the slow learners, in creative type of essays like cause and effect essays and all those essays. We give more inputs to them. So
yeah, thank you, ma'am. That will do. We will continue with the next presenter.
Shall we call the next person, sir?
It's Lakshmi Prasanna ma'am. Dr.
Lakshmi Prasanna ma'am is she's not ready now.
Okay.
We'll go to the next person, sir.
Can we continue with Miss
G.
Jampala
Anil
Sunil and Nagamani?
Nagamani
Dr.
and
B.
Sunil.
Nagamani ma'am.
Yes, sir. I've given host control to them. They are made co-host. They can start.
Hello. Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Go
Yes,
ahead.
you are.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
No, it's not visible, sir. Try to
Sir?
share again. It's not visible. Try to share again. Yeah, Sunil sir, did you find any difficulty? Do you need any assistance?
Krishna sir, shall we move on to the next person? because of the time constraint. Because the next
Yeah,
session,
there's a
1 to 2
request
sessions
in
is start.
chat box from Nagamani ma'am. She wants you to unmute her.
I have given host control to 2 of her gadgets. You can see
Yeah, yeah.
she joined from mobile as well as she joined from computer, and I have given co-host to the 2 gadgets.
So we will continue with Dr. A. Pradeep Kumar.
Yeah, if he is available.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see.
Pradeep, I'm giving him host control, sir. Dr. Pradeep, you are given co-host.
Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon to the chair. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, Pradeep sir, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm very sorry I'm unable to use the laptop because there is a technical issue with my laptop. So that being so, I'm giving my presentation using mobile phone. Okay, fine. My topic is the importance of English for the employability of undergraduate engineering students. So, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Are you
Thank
sharing
you.
any PowerPoint presentation or is it oral?
No. I'm sorry. I'm constrained to say this. I'm very sorry for that. I'm simply a vertical. I would like to let you know the abstract and the methodology vertical followed in it and my findings. The importance of English for the employability of undergraduate engineering students. It's my privilege to introduce myself with you. I'm Dr. A. Pradeep Kumar, Associate Professor of English, Anurag University. And my topic I've already told you. In fact, language is an important source of our daily and professional communication through which we share our ideas, feelings, thoughts, and opinions with others. So people, use English or any language, but for that matter, efficiently to regulate this professional and social behavior. As the English language has become the lingua franca of the world in the professional fields as well as such as education, science, commerce, and technology, there is a seriously felt demand for effective teaching and learning of English from many global perspectives. In fact, the proficiency in English language skills is considered very important for the workforce of countries which seek to participate dynamically in the international economy and want to have access to the information that forms the basis of their educational, social, economic, and professional development. So English language and communication skills are regarded as the most crucial for the requirements of the employability in modern India. Those having a greater command of English language skills will surely become employable much faster than those having merely elementary English language skills, very basic English language skills. So the main objective of my research paper is to study the importance of the English as the most important component of employability skill in undergraduate engineering college of Telangana. I've selected a few colleges. And even the recent research studies, including the NASCOM report says maybe 20 to 25% of present-day engineering graduates are employable. They're very staggering to know. In fact, many students have been found to be unemployable just because of their poor English and communication skills. They're very good at their technical skills, no doubt about it. But when it comes to a transfer of their technical expertise into the articulation, there is a serious problem. In fact, this being so in contemporary corporate world, it is indeed necessary for everyone to speak English, at the workplace for all professional purposes. So English
We are unable to hear from.
I'm very sorry for having been disconnected. There's a technical issue. Besides excellent academic credentials and technical skills, a candidate's thorough grip on the English language leaves an indelible impression.
It seems we've lost one more time.
Sir, is the presentation done?
No, it's going on, and somehow it's got disconnected twice. Do we have Pradeep sir back?
I don't think so.
So what do we do? Shall we go with the next one, or
We
will
will
wait
go
for
with the
some-
next one, sir.
Okay, right. Next one we have here, Dr. Mahipati Srinivas.
I'm extremely sorry for this. Really, whether it is a boon or a bane, we cannot talk about it. So as you know, as far as employability skills are, problem solving skills, logical thinking skills, planning and organizational skills, emotional intelligence skills, ability to learn, the adaptability, all are very important. In fact, the method I have used is, one is interview, second one is a questionnaire. Generally, as a part of our third year English language laboratory, we teach what you call AECSL, Advanced English Communication Skills Lab. As a part of interview, we conduct mock interviews for the students with the statistical data. It was found that most of the students are found to be deficient in oral and written communication skills. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Pradeep sir, may I ask you to include it because we're running short of time. I hope you understand that.
Yes. Just a minute. So in this particular research, as you know, the Macrabian model says we need to students, everybody whosoever wants to have a grip on English language, uses 7% of verbal communication skills and 93% of non-verbal communication skills. And the opposite is happening in the classroom, and they are unable to use their tone of voice properly. They are unable to use appropriate attitude, because attitude, behavior, personality, all tantamount to the success of the candidate in the interview. But when I conducted, first of all, we gave training for the students, and after imparting the training, and at the end, we conducted the mock interviews. We have 4 panels. Each panel consists of 1 faculty member, and 2 are students, 4th year students are who have been recruited by the companies, maybe Capgemini, Microsoft, or any other company, making a part of it, and we conduct interview because their expertise also will become very handy for the students. So staggering results for could be student could understand the importance of English language at the end. That way, by the time they attend the campus placement drives, they felt very happy. They felt that they were in the driver's seat. Besides, I would like to tell you, because it's out of the context, we use we have introduced many courses, what you call on soft skills, personality development, like PDSS, personality development, soft skills, but essential English and employability skills, English for employability. These courses also, what you call, could turn out to be an added advantage, especially for the students who wanted to become employable. So that way, English language skills are the king of all employability skills. To be a critical thinker, you think well, you need to transfer it into your articulation. You take emotionally, what you call, if you want to display your emotions also, you need to use English language skills. How you are respond.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep.
Yeah, please, thank you. One minute, sir. I'll wind it up. So for any employability skill could well be used, if at all, your English language skills, which includes verbal communication skills and non-verbal communication skills. In particular, non-verbal communication skills, what you call the right place, certainly what you call an amalgamation of technical skills and English language skills will make the students successful in interview. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Pradeep Kumar, for the exhaustive research you've conducted at your place, and the panel members, dividing into your research systematically done. You have panel members. Each panel has a faculty member and 2 students.
Yes,
that's a very well organized one. And I totally agree with the sad state of affairs existing in our society with regard to English language communication.
Yes.
Yeah, and yes, the kind of courses you're offering would be of great help to students to come up with or to equip themselves to meet the criteria outside the market. So I congratulate you and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. So kind of you.
So we will continue with the next presenter, Dr. Mahivati Srinivas.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Chaitanya sir. Here, my topic about, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Mahivati Srinivas Rao, working as Associate Professor in the Department of English, Anurag University. My topic is on reading skills, enhancing reading skills of undergraduate, especially the engineering students, through effective reading strategies. As we are aware that there are a lot of works that is very important for the students to be successful, they should be able to read and comprehend and make their life better. And as you know, reading is a receptive skill and writing is a productive skill. These two complement each other. That will enhance the communication skills of any person. They also understand that reading skills is very important throughout their life. And the significance of reading habit is very important. This research paper, we have done a survey and in the classroom here in engineering college where I teach at Anurag University. And surprisingly, we got many inputs like how they read, how much time they read and all, and how do they improve their vocabulary. And the most important thing is that to have a critical thinking and also logical reasoning, these reading skills are very important for each and every person. So a few things which I would like to share over here when it comes to the reading skills. The statistics is that when we had a survey of the students, 54% of the students they read only for 15 minutes in a day. And apart from, of course, I'm talking not about the classwork which happens during the class time because it's scheduled and they do it. We asked the question where after the college hours, how much time do they spend? 18% of the students are reading more than 30 minutes and 28% of the students read more than an hour. And this shows that how much time they're spending to improve their reading skills, and especially when it comes to when they're reading, what are the strategies that they are following and how they're able to do it. For example, after reading, we have done some kind of small experiment like where we given some time for them to read and summarize the essence of that
Sir, we've lost you. The connection is lost. Could you please join back? Yeah, please. We've lost Srinivas Rosa's connection. So shall we wait or continue with the next presenter?
We'll continue with the next presentation, sir.
Okay, okay. And next,
Dr. Indira, I think, is not in the meet.
Okay. What about Pratima?
Yeah, Pratima, I have given co-host to her. So hope she will respond.
Yes, yes.
Pratima Chavan, ma'am, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just start sharing the screen. So just give me a moment. I'm sharing the screen. So can you see my screen? Yeah. Okay, I'll just start with the slide. Okay. So I would just like to request you that I'm also facing a little technical glitch here, especially a net issue. So I have also logged in through my mobile. So if there is any issue, please do let me know so that I can log in through my mobile. Okay. Can I start, sir, now?
Please start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Mrs. Pratima Chavan. I'm working as an assistant professor in the Department of English in Dr. D.Y. Patil Arts, Commerce and Science College, Pimpri, Pune, Maharashtra. And my topic of presentation today is role of English language in developing employability skills. So let's start with my presentation. Okay, so currently, if we see the situation, these are the two simultaneous phenomena that we can find in Indian economy, that there is definitely an increase in the literacy rate, but at the same time, there's something called as a jobless growth. Okay, and let's see why probably this is happening. And that's why, because of this, when there is an increase in the literacy rate, and at the same time there is a jobless growth which is hampering definitely of our economy, there is really a big challenge in front of us, and that is to enhance the employability. And one of the means of enhancing employability is the proficiency in English language. That is one part, or that could be one of the probably you can say the objectives that we can have while teaching English, because that can help a lot to solve this problem to a large extent. As we all know that India has has been considered as the exporter of knowledge and has really brought in a number of spillover benefits, such as creating employability and a new pool of entrepreneurship. We are all aware of this new government. They have introduced Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi has introduced concepts like Skill India. He has also introduced a concept like startup, and he himself considers startup as the backbone of India. And recently, 16 Jan was celebrated as the National Startup Day. So we really have a great pool of entrepreneurship, and so probably creating employment won't be that challenge right now. But yes, as far as the proficiency in English is concerned, that is hampering that employability opportunity to some extent. And that's why the role of English language should be analyzed with a practical perspective. So my journey today to present before you all these kinds of factors, that how we can go about this fact. So let me just quickly talk about the origin of research, why I thought of this, that we all know that India is considered as a young country. It means that 51% of its population is youth. So we have a very good source of young people, and we only need to channelize them in a right way. And that's why, I mean, as far as the employability is considered, and that's why since we have such a big amount of youth, more than 50%, you can say, though it's just 51, but still you can say 50% of the population is young. There is a large need of creating employability. Well, there are certain available opportunities, good opportunities, but they demand good communication skills in English. That is the prerequisite, you can see nowadays. And enhanced communication skills in English can create more employment opportunities for our young people. Well, the background of study I would like to consider here. I'm very impressed with yesterday's session by Dr. Elango sir, and he has really said so many good things about all these things. In fact, he considered this factor also, that English language has a strong connection with India since past. You know, they have ruled over us for more than 150 years. Okay, and we all know the famous minutes by Lord Macaulay, 1835. And his intention was, of course, earlier to spread, British culture, you can say, or maybe to introduce Indians with the English language. But yes, somewhere underlying, the objective was to create employment. They wanted people from India itself who could speak English. And that's why even then, even that era also, jobs were given to those who knew English. That is the known fact to all of us. So we have a strong connection with English, but as Dr. Ilango had said yesterday, after so many years, almost 200 years of history, still we have failed English. We all know that India has higher number of English speaking people, and that's one of the reasons why many of the MNCs or international brands are getting attracted to India, because we have more number of English speaking people. But even after considering this fact, there's still a gap. We still find a gap between the requirement of the industry and the skills the employees have as far as the communication in English language is considered. Of course, along with the other skills, I'm not saying that the other skills like their hard skills or their academic skills, they are not important. They are definitely important. But then the problem is there is definitely a gap as far as the communication is in English is considered. That could be one of the reasons for the jobless growth. Where there is an immense pool of talent, you can say, in India. But then again, we cannot deny that fact. Definitely, there is a great talent in India. But then again, due to poor communication or the lack of proper communication, you can see many of the opportunities are missed out. So let's consider now what could be the role of language in all these things. Well, the significance of English language has taken a leap since the advent of globalization. We all know English is considered as a globalized language, and we know that what kind of leap it has taken for many countries, not just for India. But then after globalization, especially, the role of English has changed. Even the role of English has changed, because naturally it is the global language, and that helps you to connect people from any corner of the world. So English has really got importance globally once again. And that is how it can even create job opportunities in foreign countries. So we are not just talking about India only, but yes, if you have a good command over English, it can create good opportunities even in other countries. But again, due to lack of communication skills, even it is observed that even technically sound students have limited job opportunity. Even they are good in their academics. This is a kind of gap that we see here. Because the thing is, the fact is, earlier when the jobs were given, English, knowing English, having proficiency in English, having what we can say that probably a working knowledge of English was just a desirable skill or just an added advantage. But that is not the case now. Currently, we cannot say that it is just an added advantage, but it has become mandatory. In fact, it's a prerequisite. When we have many placement drives in our college itself, for us is a conventional college, arts, commerce, and science. And we have many placement drives, and everywhere we have seen that the HR first thing that demands is at least having basic proficiency in English language. And we have seen so many good children also, so many good students also, they fail just because they don't have much command over it. So let's consider what could be some of the effect of communication on getting
Yeah, Pratima, ma'am,
employed.
sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
Gentle reminder regarding time.
Okay, so I'll be quick. Okay, so how much time do I have, sir? 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be very quick then. Okay, so effective to our communication, there are limited job opportunities despite of good degree or academic records. This is another case. Students who want to go abroad, they have to go through the proficiency English test like IELTS or TOEFL. But we have seen in our college itself, there are rank holders, but still they are not able to get through these examination, and they lose the opportunities either for the job or even for their higher studies. So both the prospect of acquiring a job and sustaining in that job is affected due to the poor communication. And it's a known fact, you probably know that Pune is an IT hub, so we get a lot many examples. Students come and communicate with us, and then we realize that many employees are sacked also due to poor communication. So there is a need of upright syllabus, okay, because education is one thing that provides that app platform. But before that, we need to understand what are the demands of university. Because the primary concern of many institutions is to make students exam ready or make them eligible for their higher education, but no one thinks from the employability point of view, because naturally the focus is more on prescribed text and approach is more theoretical than practical. So the learner needs to be
Sorry to
accustomed
interrupt in the presentation. Krishna Chaitanya sir, Sushil Reddy sir would like to speak.
Chaitanya,
Please.
I think I want to expedite because a 2 valedictory session starts.
Okay.
Valedictory session already speakers are ready, they have joined. Okay, that's what.
Shall I skip over to conclusion directly?
Or one, because let the valedictory session be done, then we can continue the presentation. That's the option is there after 4. So we'll wait, no problem. So let all the presenters get a chance. So what I do is I'll stop at present this presentations here because valedictory session is on the same link. Then we'll get back at 4. After valedictory session, we will complete all the paper presentations. Is it okay?
So shall I finish mine, sir, right now?
Yeah, you can present, you can complete, madam. And remaining presentations, I'll continue after valedictory. Definitely, I'll give a chance. Okay? Is it okay, madam?
So, ma'am,
Shall I
quickly you
continue
can
then?
sum it up. Yes.
Yeah. So I think if those who can see me, probably they can just now read the strategies that I have tried to just because see, the creation and innovation doesn't have a limit, but only thing is that the role of a teacher needs to be understood very effectively. So with your innovative methods, with your creation, you can have many innovative methods that you can implement to make it, as I said earlier, more than a prescribed text. The teacher has to give them context wherein they can use English in their real life, because that is what is the demand of the industry. So you can probably just read, I think that's self-explanatory. What could some strategies you can use, because as I told you yesterday, Dr. Ilago has given very, very different, very unique methods, in fact, to be implemented to make it more practical oriented. So these are a few of the strategies which I thought, because earlier I had done a minor research, considering our arts faculty students who failed in English and couldn't get jobs outside. So depending on that, I had implemented some of the strategies that I have just shared here. Of course, there are challenges that teachers might feel that what can we do, because we have large classrooms. Like in Pune University itself, there are 120 students in one class. Then time of the lecture is limited. We just get 50 or 55 minutes. Okay. That is another challenge. The attitude of the teacher is another challenge, because the attitude of the teacher first of all has to be positive. A teacher has to be passionate to implement that. And what I'm saying is, whatever time you have, whatever text you have, I think still with that stipulating that stipulated time and that prescribed text also, you can be innovative and creative and can help your students in a lot of many. Okay, and of course you need a support from management to conduct some pre-placement activities or some extra classes, probably for weak students, maybe by inviting some experts from the industries. So this is what you can do. So as it is said, that finally is the teacher's perspective that can transform the situation depending on how he or she utilizes it. So this is the last slide, conclusion. English language plays a very important role. Along with academic qualification, communication skill is also required. And there is a need of meticulous professional training. And teachers also must work closely to it. They must go beyond the textbook. Okay, and the approach needs to be shifted to the communication aspect of English. And this is just one quote, anonymous quote, that I would like to see here and end my presentation. That teaching is the one profession that creates all other professions. So, we can be as creative and as innovative as we can, and can help students to find better employability opportunities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Pratima Chauhan. And the quote sums up everything. Yeah, teaching is one profession that creates all other professions. Thank you very much for your interesting and insightful presentation. And you've suggested a lot of strategies. In fact, the strategies that you've suggested are really interesting and innovative. And along with that, the kind of role finishing schools and skill development centers are playing, that will also be helpful in bringing a change in the existing situation of students.
Right, sir.
So
Right.
thank you very much. With this, we
Thank you, sir.
stop today's session. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna Chaitanya, sir. Validatory session, there is another link. I request everyone to participate in it. Right after the validatory session, the pending presentations will be continued, and the feedback link, everything will be shared there. Thank you. And the session will close in about 10 seconds.